Alrighty, let's get going. Today I wanted to briefly introduce one of the things that is a huge inspiration for what I'm writing. Because my Esprier, not quite written in isolation. This is the Esburb Glitch Facts, available on Archive of Our Own. This one written by God's Gift to Grinds. It basically sets out the foundation of something known as the... was it? Originally it was if you are playing Esburb, but they changed it to the Replay Alternative Universe. So the base idea behind this glitch fact and lots of others that the community has written around it is that there are many people playing Esburb or Spurb, however you want to call it. And the final screen, the final victory screen was glitched. They couldn't go into the world they created. But what they could do was replay. Keep going the cycle over and over and over. Get assigned a new class spec, join a team. Hey, Nate. And so they have been able to test things out. All right. I'll hear you when you get in. I won't have a notification for it, so just let me know. Let's see. So they've been able to try things out repeatedly, and they created, or they're on a network, a trans-temporal communication network that lets them communicate between sessions, but only once they've completed their first session. So on all of the replays, they have been able to communicate, share information about how their sessions go, to know, and help new players, because they always end up joining as a new player, usually in a group of, first timers. Oh, you weren't able to hear me before. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just tuned in now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Yeah, sorry. It was like I had to unmute the site and then click the unmute button and then figured out the speaker was still connected, so your audio was coming out there, not my headset. It was like play the game of find where the connection's going. Anyway.
Yep.
How are you today?
I'm pretty good.
Fantastic.
I was just introducing the replay alt universe for Homestuck content.
Yeah. Yeah, Homestuck, not your inspired story of Homestuck.
So yeah, this replay universe content is part of what my characters keep referring to as the Augur Files.
Right.
So even though they're not able to communicate back with the replayers, they're able to use the knowledge that the replayers have been sharing between each other to help with their session.
Cool. That's fine.
And then I've also got a couple of characters who are themselves replayers, but aren't part of the Esprier session. But
Okay.
they are friends and are helping their friends in the Esprier session from outside of it. Mostly in the form of advice or because they can communicate, even though the Esprier people can't communicate with most replayers. The friends who are replayers are able to kind of relay questions to the broader replay community and be like, hey, so I've got some friends who are having this weird thing in their session. Got any advice for, where we can look for that? Yeah.
Let me check the auger files. I'll be right back.
Well,
Right.
more specifically, I'm saying something that's not in the augury files. The Esprier players can ask their replayer friend, hey, can you ask the replay community if they have any advice? Because it's not in the augur files.
Let's see.
Oh, and we can't ask them to add something to the augur files, but you can.
There we go.
So, just there's a lot of information that, might not yet have been posted anywhere, but someone has collected. So that wouldn't be in the augur files. It's very much, like if you were to ask me to go on to, community forums that I know and be like, hey guys, do you know, anything about this? And one of them's like, oh yeah, I'm a word worker. I totally know how, that works. Ask me your friends' questions. So, yeah, that's just the intermediary step that my character, um, what was her name? Cyclic portalization. Um, yeah, she will relay those questions to the community on behalf of the Esprier players.
Okay.
And I don't remember if I've ever posted it. I was working on a contribution to the Replay AU that Cyclic was writing, where she was analyzing aspect paints. I can probably find that, actually. Just a second. Not that one. Those. Yeah, aspect paints. Oh, this one wasn't by Cyclic Portalization. This was by Bombastic Ghast. Um, yeah, I was going through all kinds of different aspects and how they're, if you made a paint out of the aspect, what it could do.
So it's your paint analogy to what aspects can do as far as power.
What was that?
So it's your paint analogy for what aspects can do.
Not so much an analogy as if you. So every player has an aspect. Something like space, um, time, might, blood, coin, law, hope, star, mist, void. So one of the classes, the scribe, has the ability to extract the aspect from other players of their, as ink. Yeah, normally it would be as ink, but in this case, they made paints out of it.
Hmm.
Um, and actually, I think let's see. I think Pie Hater here is Poppy.
Pie hater?
Yeah, as in that's the username she was trying to post with.
Oh, right. So Poppy was your D&D character.
Correct. Yep, she's my goblin. Um,
So what's your agenda here for today for the story? Do you have a specific thing you're rewriting or editing or just continuing?
well, I was actually going to continue reading from Act 1. Let's see. We had gotten to Act 1, Act 3, entry begin, prompt kick a wicked flip. I had just wanted to spend a little time introducing any. Oh, I see somebody's posting. See, Rick Heyman, what are you talking about? Esprayer story. Okay. Going to be reading some of his story here in a moment. Is Rick Watch Rinse Repeat?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well,
no, looks like just a new follower.
welcome to the stream, Rick. So yeah, let's pick up where we left off.
But Rick does have the amusing little about things, as we don't know much about them. But they're sure Rick number is great. So we got that at least.
Indeed, that is quite a high Rick number.
There you go. All right. So you're going to start off Act 1, Act 1, Act 3. How can you have two acts? Isn't it supposed to be only like, or I don't know. Is it?
Because Homestuck is weird.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Because the style of Homestuck is weird, so we're just going to roll with it for.
Yep, that's the way the chapters, if you want to call it, were listed in Homestuck.
Okay, so there's basically acts within acts.
Yep. I think at one point it gets like 6 or 7 deep.
All right. I mean, if you don't want to call them chapters or subsections or whatever, then okay.
Yeah, because the presented analogy in Homestuck is like a stage play.
Yeah.
They often use the closing the curtains metaphor. Okay. Ravan stood astride the green and purple velocipede. Reaching down with her will, she directed the giant dragonfly-like creature to accelerate along the red and orange surface of the flesh-infested Martian moon. The infested insect responded to the Watermelon Empress's will and shot forward, its front mandibles instinctively staying a few inches from the surface, even as she guided it to grind along the twisted moon's many solidified tendrils. Seeing a cliff face ahead, Raven channeled void energy into the insect, charging its wings. Riding up the cliff wall riding up the cliff wall, she launched off with force, gripped the bug's nose spike and flipped end over end, then sideways, and ended with a spiral before charging into a smooth landing down a tendril. Rayvan whooped and hollered, looking back at her blue armored mentor. Just then, a massive infested Jugulus burst from the ground and smashed its twisted limbs into the teen and her steed. Her body spun with the impact, warping into nothingness, and transferring back to her stationary wisp warframe, hovering safe in the aura of her summoned spell plants next to the blue mentor. Rayvan transferred out of her wisp and looked up to Little Duck. "Whoa, LD, that was awesome! I didn't think I could ride them without a frame. Can you do that with the K-Drive too?" Little Duck looked down with her augmented head, photoreceptors not giving away any emotion to her little savior, as she spoke in a thick Venusian accent. "Them Ven kids do. No reason you can't. But control of that board won't come as easy as controlling this critter's mind. I'm sure you'll get it eventually. And how's your practice with the new amp I made for you? Don't know if you can use your frames where you're going."
Or like amps and Warframes, like Warframe the game.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, this is my Watermelon Empress character from Warframe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Or them. I don't remember what you had it as.
Let's see. And I'm also remembering I wanted to look up Warframe Jugulus. Deimos Jugulus. That's the one. Take that and where'd my controls go? A bunch of my controls have all vanished. That's really weird. Okay, that's the one I'm looking for, even if it's being weird about it. What? Why did it go up there? Put it down here. Calculus, paste, apply. Okay. Yeah, all of the blue are links to their relevant thing. Them Vent kids do. I know, LD. I'm still getting used to the variable settings, shaping void into different channels, but I'm pretty good at aiming some of them. The flak, grenade, and mine settings are the hardest for me to grasp. Keep practicing. As for your new bug friend, the Entrati said that if you could ride one, they'd give you one to keep. After everything you done for 'em is no surprise. Another green and purple velocipod hovered up to Rayvan and nudged her in the back. "Go ahead, Tenno. Store it in your new Sylladex them Relian witches in Ironwake went through a lot to craft it for you." Have you played the Harrow's, the quest to get Harrow?
Is that a new Warframe?
Not a new one. It's pretty old.
My hunch is probably not.
Okay. Yeah, Rel is an autistic Tenno who founded the Red Veil.
Okay.
And the Witches of Red Veil, also known by some as the Relian Witches, they have a place called Ironwake where Palladino stays. You can do certain trades with her.
Okay.
So I'm just referencing that as they're the ones who are doing a lot of scrying to figure out what's going on for the session. Especially since I'm a member of Red Veil.
Right.
Ray-Ban was still a bit unsure of this whole Sylladex and fetch modus thing, but the witches were adamant that she would need it. She reached down to the Velocipod, and with a touch, it turned into a card with the bug's image on one side. On the other was an obscured CAPTCHA code. Placing the CAPTCHA card in her tarot fetch modus, Whispers of the Dead echoed its many possible designations before finally labeling it as the Chariot 7 in her Syllodex's CAPTCHA log deck. So I just play the Chariot card and I have my bug board again? How is this any better than deploying a drop beacon from my orbiter? I have it on good authority you won't always have your orbiter or your railjack around when you want them. And I don't just mean indoors. Now, no arguing. We've done all we can to prepare you for your journey. Little Duck turned on her built-in radio. Step along, K-Nell. I think our pretty gal's ready for a pickup. The radio replied with another woman's digital voice. I thought as much, and I'm already here. Just then, a gleaming pink and green spaceship with slick curves rose from behind a cliff. The Sun-Gem class railjack, emblazoned with the title Melon Palace, hovered ready for departure as Ray-Ban gave Little Duck's blue metal body a hug. The wizened sniper wasn't quite sure how to respond to her savior's embrace, and just shooed her away. Just get going. A whole nother universe is waiting for you to save it, or something. Reckon that's a fair bit more important than our dinky little star system, especially now the other Tenno are on their way back from Tau. We'll be okay without you. Ray-Ban nodded and bowed to her mentor. I'll miss you too, Little Duck. It's been an honor to have your help saving the system and preparing for what's next. She then transferred back into her wisp frame and ran toward the hovering railjack at the cliff's edge. With each hop, the frame turned invisible before touching down with the jets where feet should be and reappearing again. At the edge of the cliff, she launched a floating copy of her frame toward the boarding hatch, swapping with the copy at the last moment to catch hold and enter the ship. Once aboard, Ray-Ban walked to the empty bridge and struck her most dignified pose while the ship ascended. Okay, now, once we dock with the orbiter, bring us into the void. Ordis, begin crafting duplicates of my wardrobe and other equipment. Go through my weapons, determine which ones I could wield without a frame, and deliver them to my quarters for CAPTCHA logging. Speaking of, K-Nell, send a message of thanks to Palladino for the aid her witches have given in preparing us for this, and informing Cressa on the status of the cloning chambers she installed and the gene stamps she and Kyle provided. Helmet, make sure all my frames are in tip-top condition. I'm told I won't always be able to use them, but I want them ready for any time I can. And since Red Veil gave us a ton of them, I want Spectres ready to man the ship at all times. Select loadouts for a variety of possible encounters. We don't know what type of enemies we'll be facing.
What are Spectres in Warframe again? Remind me.
Spectres are kind of AI-controlled warframes and AI-controlled allies of other types. So, like, you can get several of the enemy types you can get Spectres for and summon them. Like, for the Infested, you can get an Ancient or a Charger.
Oh, okay.
For the Corpus, you can get a Shield Osprey or a Moa. For the Grineer, you can get a call. No, not call. Clem. Um, see, what else can you get from Grineer? Oh, those roller balls. Those are so. In most situations, they are useless. In a couple situations, they're actually pretty useful because enemies tend not to target them, and they'll just keep bumping into the enemy, staggering them.
Hmm.
Like, they do next to no damage, but they just keep staggering the same person over and over. Um, uh, and you can also get specters of your warframes that you can make a loadout for, which is what she's referring to here.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
She thought about the orders she'd given, trying to determine if she'd missed anything. Connect me to Respec. Prompt. Enter void. Infolog. Watermelon Empress began informing Respec. Watermelon Empress. Hey girl, you ready to do this crazy adventure? Excuse me? Who are you? Whoa, time just shifted drastically. What did you do? I didn't do anything. You said we should stick together, a pair of ancient, ageless girls. So I figure we should be each other's client or server or whatever. Normally, I would just report you to the president. This was supposed to be a secure device, and I am supposed to be the only super capable of altering the past. But I just saw subtle changes occur to my entire history when you contacted me. No changes to the rest of the world, just me. Just me and a destabilized space fold in Earth's path. That's probably a big-ass meteor or something that's going to destroy your world if you can't get off planet before joining the session. Lots of players' worlds are being destroyed. Didn't you read Maxie's memo with me? I have no idea what you are talking about. I suddenly have several contacts in my phone I've never seen before, you among them. Oh, right, I forgot you reported in from the future. I guess this is all a big shock then. Sorry. I'm one of your teammates. Our worlds are going to be destroyed. We are escaping to create a new universe. I'm from a different universe, a different version of Earth, you might say. If Maxie hasn't already contacted you, then I'm guessing you don't have space travel yet. Maxie's been trying to talk all our governments into relocating us off-world before entry to save our people. Before you contacted me, I was born here, on this Earth. After you contacted me, I was never born. I created myself on an asteroid in an alternate plane of existence and sent myself here on a small meteor to grow up to be me. Sounds about right. I somehow rewrote my own past from the future instantly upon your contact. Explain how this sounds right to you, fellow ageless girl. Well, I haven't read all the Augur files yet, so someone else could probably explain better, but yeah, every game session goes that way. One or more of the players create all the players and send them back to be themselves. I guess you just have a power that lets you see changes in time, so when we branched from your normal timeline, you saw it happen. For the rest of us, this has just always been the way it is. I mean, I assumed other versions of us weren't like this, but we are, so that's the life we lead. And I don't get it. Why can you see changes in time when you are the seer of space? I don't know what you mean. My name is Retrospector. I literally see the past and change it to fit my president's plans. All I know there is when you answered last week's roll call from the future, you said you were the seer of space. Maxie did say that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what you currently do, but some have been finding a lot of overlap in our class specs and what we already do. Like Hive, the Bane of Rhythm. Bane is the class of devoutly protecting their aspect, and Rhythm is the aspect of keeping things going as they are, keeping things cool and calm, and of cold. And, well, Hive is super protective of its continued existence, keeping things as they have always worked for it, i.e., maintaining the status quo. But then others just don't much, like Star Spinel. She's the Maid of Hope, but according to Jenny, that bitch is a stone-cold soldier without a shred of divinity. Maids are... the I think that's supposed to be unselfish. Maids are unselfish performers. Hope is associated with angels, though, and those are scary as fuck. I think she'd fit better as a Knight of Doom. Others, I don't know. I don't even know what to expect. Minar, the Guide of Might? What's he gonna do? Show us the way by punching things? He's a small sea dragon who hides his other species anytime his ship comes into port. Doesn't fit him at all. I fear I am forced to believe you. While much of it is obscured, I have been looking into my creator self's past to see what I am supposed to do / have done. You go by the title Watermelon Empress, do you not? You know it, girl. And have spent several hundred years as an immortal teenager in service to the Orokin Empire, and several more in cryosleep. Damn, I never told you that, and now I don't really have a reason to. It was a test. I read it from when I previously typed it to you just now. I wanted to see if you would deviate from the prescribed course, but with every change I make, my entire history rewrites to accommodate it. This is getting very confusing to follow. That's probably why Maxie asks us to minimize dealing with the future. Apparently there's something called doomed timelines, which never end well. They happen anytime you fork timelines away from the alpha or prime timeline or whatever. I don't know, I'm not a time player, so I didn't really focus on that shit. Anyway, Maxie sent the signal that she's in, so we need to start pairing up and getting teammates into the medium. You ready? Yes, I have located the Esprayer server program and await your client opening. Oh, I thought I'd take you in. Negative. I have several days remaining before entry from my perspective, but you must enter very soon, before the heart of Deimos collapses and destroys your ship in the void. What? I just saved it! Not if you remain. Your presence will cause the nature of void itself to dissolve, shattering the heart and killing you and everyone currently in it anywhere. Yes, including the fleet of Tenno currently returning from Tau. So let us begin. Open the client and I will deploy your equipment in your transference chamber. Excuse me, your throne room, Your Highness. Meh. The winky tongue-out face. Respec ceased informing Watermelon Empress. Close info As Rayvan ordered Ordis to launch the client program, she saw the info log close. What? Get her back! It's okay, Ray. I'm still here. The young voice emanated from the ship's speakers. Ordis spoke up in his typical calm, psychotic frenzy. Systems have been violated! Compromised from an unknown source using your access codes. I got your permission to use these codes from another timeline. It will help if we can talk rather than text. You can keep captchalogging. I'll do what I can of this. From her computer on Earth, Retrospector looked at the Tenno's throne room with the massive transference throne, decorated with plushies and other collectibles from around the system. In the wide area in front of the throne, Rayvan had hung up posters depicting the icons of some of her favorite Tenno warriors. Some she'd fought side by side with, others she knew by reputation alone. There was also a pile of tools and other equipment for tinkering and manual repair. These would come in handy. Retrospector opened her Fernalia registry and started to deploy the main equipment of the game in neat logical order. Heads up, this is going to take up most of the room in here until we unlock the jumper block extension, but it's way easier to use if everything is in one room, and I don't want to start editing your ship while you are in the void. Once in the medium, space outside the ship is a lot less hostile, and we can tinker around at that point, if you're okay with that. Rayvan looked up from her building deck of tarot cards and her dwindling pile of weapons and equipment. How have you picked all this up so fast? Well, this is my second time through this week, and I've repeated the individual days dozens of times each. That's how I normally operate with my team of supers. Anytime I go to sleep, I can choose to return to my previous sleep or the last beacon I set, which I do every week. But once I enter the session, I'm going to lose access to that power. So I'm doing everything I can to help with it before I enter. But just in case I can somehow, be sure to bring your trank rifle so you can put me to sleep. Or others, for that matter. Dream self-access seems to be a big deal later. Oh, dang it. Retrospector used her cursor to pick up a crate of tools and drop it on top of the gleaming silver cruxtruder. The lid popped off, and a sparkling, blinking orb emerged, flashing in various blues and pinks, shortly followed by a light pink cruxite dowel. The lightweight material was almost a foot across and 2 feet tall. Retro inserted it into the lathe. All right, Ray, that's as much as I can do for you, and it's nearly time for you to enter. And you asked me to tell you not to look at the clock on the cruxtruder counting down to oblivion. It'll be easier if you just do what you have to do and don't worry about the time remaining, or when underlings will start spawning, despite being in the void. Which, transtemporally, you are one of the later entries, so the underlings you would face are much stronger already. Rayvan pondered this as she walked from her quarters to the throne room. She hadn't known what to expect the game's equipment to look like, but despite the gleaming silver, it all looked so boxy and old-fashioned compared to the ornate Orican majesty and the flowing Tenno serenity to which she was accustomed. It appeared even more simplistic than the Grenier's bulbous function over form, or the slick access panel chic of the Corpus. What? Huh? This is Paradox Tech? Tech, magic, a bit of both and neither. For us, it is a plausible means to an end, a set of rules to follow to achieve the game's objectives. Maxi did provide some generic pictures, but I understand you have your cephalons, Ordis and Kaynell, read you most of the conversations. Rayvan chuckled slightly as at the tarp draped over what she guessed was the cruxtruder's clock. The blinking orb approached her and attempted to communicate, but its screeching was indecipherable until Ordis translated. It is speaking in a awful, complicated machine code, but I am able to decipher its insipid general meaning. It wishes to be fused with something fluffy. How about my Kvatloof? The cat plushie by the throne? What's a cat? Given my limited knowledge of your universe's history, I'm guessing it is what the Orokin based the Kavad on a few hundred years ago, before mixing in the reptile DNA and other stuff. Makes sense. Let's do it then. Van grabbed the vaguely feline floof and chucked it at the blinking sphere. Upon contact, the sphere flashed a bright blue before forming into a pink disk with light blue lines depicting the feline head with bat wing-like ears. Retrospector deployed the pre-punched card, and Ray-Van put it into the lathe. As the blue dowel spun up, a laser engraver cut it down to a squiggling shape, without leaving any shavings or residue. She had no difficulty lifting and even tossing the light totem from hand to hand, despite its cumbersome size and strange shape. Placing the strange totem on the alchemister's pedestal, she crafted a pink cruxite statue of a rotund, smiling woman. The statue bore a crest on one side of her robes, but Ray-Van couldn't make it out. Nor would she have been able to identify the animal. It was a badger. In one hand, the witch statue held a wand, in the other, a cruxite goblet. Flicking the wand, the statue levitated the goblet over to Ray-Van before vanishing, leaving the device empty. Ray dove to catch the goblet before it fell to the ground, the thin red liquid inside spilling only a single drop on her hand. That is your entry item. You are supposed to know what to do with it. I look forward to seeing you in the medium, my friend. Ray-Van slowly swirled the liquid in the goblet as she walked to her throne and sat in a relaxed position. That I do. Enel, pull in the umbilical, connect directly to the orbiter, and prepare for phase shift. It's time we left this reality and get in the game. Hearing the docking clamps secure, Ray-Van waved generally to wherever Retrospector might be looking from on her computer, and took a deep, luxuriated swig from the goblet. Prompt, be the other troll. Across barren, blasted rock, along molten, smoking crevices, a lone figure strides, its form flickering, as if in and out of reality, a shade, a specter, a ghost. Coming to a stop, the wolf spirit howls into the street. That should be past tense. Howled into the strange night before jumping off the edge of the world to land upon other chunks of floating rock. It descended from rock to rock, until jumping into an artificial cave dug into the underside of the world. Machines of electricity and magic arced, sparked, and sizzled all around as the wolf approached a strange being within. The collection of bandages and sparking metal turned to face the wolf spirit. An ethereal voice emerged from the storm of arcane energy, held in shape by the strange cloth. Adequate work, shaman. As promised, for restoring flux containment of my cartel's net market, you may have this cave and all the machinery we have not already removed. What a lowly material being such as yourself could use it for, I care not. The balance sheet between you and the consortium is even. All debts of any kind in either direction are now paid in full. If you ever return to the Twisting Nether, come prepared to trade, and you will be welcome. The ghostly wolf vanished. In its place appeared a lanky, squatting teal being with long tusks and white face paint. His armor a mishmash of styles from across Azeroth and the Outlands. His own long pointy ears twitched below the horns of his helm of exile. I'm grateful we could do that business, Master Weaver. I'll be using this equipment to escape the coming level squeeze. I'm currently level 48, and I don't want to go back to level 21. The ethereal entity crackled in a voltage that sounded like laughter. Foolish Thugzul, there is no escaping the level squish. Your relative power shall remain the same, even if your precise abilities change. But how you waste your own time with our old equipment is of no concern to the Consortium. With those words, the entity flipped a switch on the platform where it was standing, and it dematerialized, transferring its energetic body to a similar device somewhere else. The lanky troll was alone. He pulled out a couple of gizmos his friend Dagger here had sent him. One displayed text instructions from a strange otherworldly being calling itself Red Jasper. Jasper to Thugzul. Jasper. Excellent work. We detect that you are now in possession of a computational machine sufficient for our needs. Place this communicator on the machine's data transfer sigil. We will upload the necessary data and begin bringing you in. The entire process will take time, and underlings will spawn to try to stop us. Prepare your defenses. Once you have placed the device, the advanced machinery should allow you to reply. Let us know when you have done so. Thugzul. It is done. Well, this is trippy, man. I'm talking, and the text appears, but it does not appear the way that I am saying the words. No matter, I have selected a defensible location and set down totems. Any enemy would need to fly very fast to make it in before they are thrown into the storm or shot out of the air. Can you exit and fight to collect loot? If we must edit your environment, we will need you to collect grist from fallen enemies. Yes, ma'am. The totem only grounds enemies, and I have flying mounts I can summon myself. Above my cave is a wide empty plain of blasted land, avoided by all sane folk. Below is the never-ending twisted vortex. Precarious, but defensible. We can work with this. As we help you escape, we will also need you to help us escape. One of us is your client, the other is your server, so that will simplify our step in this chain. Yes, ma'am. Esprier client says it is active, and Esprier server says it is waiting to connect. I should warn you, I am not well familiar with these machines. My friend has made me some gizmos, but she keeps the complex ones for herself. Are you certain we cannot bring Dagger here? I can summon her with just a few minutes prep. Dagger here is not on the list. Attempting to bring additional people would be disastrous. She will be squished to level 13 and continue to unlive her unlife among the Forsaken, where she will revel in relearning new versions of her previous abilities. You will be embarking on a new Esh ladder entirely. As our team's Sage of Coins, you will soon learn to scry, analyze, and plan. You will be known as the party treasurer. Yes, ma'am. I look forward to the opportunity to grow and learn. Though if you want a money person, you should have picked Dame Griffin. She knows the market. But mostly, I need to know, will it work? What I want most? The game did not pick your friends, it picked you. And yes, you will be able to revive a version of your wife once we are in the session. You could do it sooner, but you would not like the results. Before entry, you must prototype your kernel sprite with one of your summonable companions, preferably one that cannot fly and has no offensive capabilities. The traits of the companion you use will be added to many of our enemies, the underlings and royalty, and your followers, an important type of ally from the session. Once in the session, you can prototype the kernel sprite with your wife's corpse. She will fuse with whatever traits you already provided, and will be your guide through the session. As you are going to be one of the later entries, you will have more time than most most to gather grist by fighting underlings. We will set up your starting equipment now. Use it to experiment with with alchemizing items, tools you can use. Use these tools to improve your abilities. Yes, man, I understand you. I will keep in contact now that our communication is two-way. I am curious, what did you mean when you told me this would be the last time the readers would see me before the session? Simply that. There are too many players doing essentially the same thing. So, as with a few other heroes, the readers will soon stop observing your situation, and when they do return, you will have already completed most of your world's quests. Ah, yes, man. Speed questing is something I am very familiar with. Prompt, be the flag. Uh, Good day, Aaron. What? What?
Rin stepped in.
Oh,
Hey, Rince, how you doing? Rince? Oh, there you go.
hello, Rince. Welcome.
You have a chatter just asked preferred pronouns.
Yeah, my preferred pronouns are em air, but they them there is fine as well. I'm also fine with feminine pronouns.
Gotcha. How you been, Rince?
I've been okay. How about you?
Yeah, I think I'm starting to get more okay. How about you, Thorn?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Been very glad I've been able to stick to my streaming schedule.
Yeah. Seem to have enjoyed that. I haven't seen you stream much lately, Rince.
Yeah, it's been heck. I've been on the graveyard schedule, so
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that'll do it. Unless people are like tuning in from what, the UK or something.
yeah.
You just gotta make some UK friends. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. So Thorn's reading the Esquire story. I think we went over part of this in the group way back, didn't we?
I think so.
Yeah. You remember it all? Rince?
Not sure.
Okay.
I think when I was last reading was probably the really dense part or the Act Zero intro.
Sounds right. Rince, you said you had to go kind of about like 5
Yeah,
o'clock?
about an hour.
About an hour. Okay. Just good to know. Okay. Well, Thorn, do you want to read more or finish? Or?
Well, I finished the part that I was in.
Go.
So I figure probably jump to one of you.
Okay. I know I certainly have something, but I did read on your stream earlier this week, so I was thinking to ask Rince.
All right. And I'm also not sure what I want to read for group.
Sure. Rince, do you have anything? Or he's just
Let me think on it.
Okay.
Also, there's still the question of whether or not guest voices are coming through to the stream properly.
Oh, that is a good question. I don't know if they are. I haven't been listening to the stream carefully.
And I think it would be hard for you to have analyzed since Rince hasn't been talking and mine doesn't get affected.
Here, I'll pull up your stream on my phone and see if I'm hearing everybody.
So to test that, you two are going to have to be the ones to talk.
Yeah. I can definitely hear Thorn.
It sounds like our audio is still kind of garbled. Like it's cutting out. But yours is coming through fine, Thorn, from
Right.
what I'm listening.
Rince, you've had more experience streaming. Do you have any idea why that would happen?
Are you using an audio splitter at all?
Do you mean something like
Like
voice
voice
meter?
meter banana?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Restart the audio engine.
Okay, try again.
Okay, unmuting the stream. Let's see how it sounds.
Test one.
No, that didn't help.
Test 1, 2, 3.
I'm trying to think what word best describes that, so I can Google it. Let's see.
You've been running any RPG games, Rents? Or again?
Yeah, with Void Doll, been doing one.
Yeah, Kopic's awesome.
Are you the DM or she is?
She is. The one that I've been running got put on hiatus again because scheduling conflicts. The main boss of D&D.
No one has defeated it for years. It's got those pesky legendary actions called life. I don't know, or jobs or yeah. Well, anyway, you coined it well. Well, I know I've been working a little bit on winter revisions. Haven't really started anything new. I've been picking out a few ideas. Trying to think of what creative stuff I've done. I mean, I've done a little bit of streaming lately, inspired by Thorn here. And then, what else?
I'm inspiring.
That you are. What else? Did get started in the D&D campaign, but then it stopped briefly because somebody had health issues. And then, what's the other one? The other one was a Babylon 5, but he's also switching to World of Darkness. So I recognize it's pretty hard to nail down a consistent group, isn't it? It's like the joy of the game, but also one of the biggest, well, like you said, boss fights. Like you got a group that does it, like then you get a story that goes on for a while, or you hire a professional DM, basically. I actually, I'd be curious, Rents, do you find any really big difference in terms of those that are showing up for like a paid session with Copic versus free in terms of how often scheduling conflicts come up sufficiently that disrupts the group?
I find that it's a lot more consistent with the paid group. The schedule conflicts do come up sometimes. Like if there's enough people not there, we'll cancel for the week. But usually people are there. With one exception, they've got a work conflict that sometimes comes up on the regular.
Gotcha. See, that's what I'm seeing is maybe like, I mean, I guess that's why I bring this up is a little bit as I'm contemplating professionally DMing as a long-term goal. I'm not. Well, whatever. I'm dabbling with the idea anyway, but it was just that like it seems like the thing to pitch, one thing to pitch to people a little bit is like consistency, right? Of just like people will show up and keep showing up. But like also there's a lot of players that they're perfectly content with, just shorter games and like, if you jump in here and then you jump out and find another group and whatever else. Anyway, I thought about doing a game with my sons a little bit. Yeah, get the kids involved. Does anyone see
Indoctrinate them into your hobby.
Yeah, pretty much. They're turning into good little nerds, so it's successful. I think it's a little strange for me because, like, I grew up with a dad that like, we don't share hobbies. So, and like now, and then I'm kind of like looking at my sons and going, "Oh no, they like all the same stuff I do." I'm kind of like, "Wait a minute, what's wrong here?" I don't know what it was about my family. Maybe it was just the size of our family, But I guess I wonder, in terms of dads to son relationships, like how many kids share that hobby with their dad, and how many like don't, right? Because there's like the proverbial, like I went out and played catch with my dad, like type of thing. But it's like, yeah, I wouldn't have cared if my dad played catch with me because it wasn't my thing. What about you, Vince? I'm just curious.
For
dads to sons having similar hobbies. I don't recall your dad doing D&D.
No, he doesn't grasp the concept of D&D. Like, it blows his mind that people can sit there and do it.
Yeah. What did he like to do when you remember?
Well, he grew up on a farm, so he liked to do farm work.
Liked?
I mean, he still is just always going on doing stuff.
Work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in his bones.
My mother-in-law's like that, very much. Like, it's like, I mean, and if your work that you're doing is fun, right, or like the thing that you like, I can see like just kind of getting lost in it. But yeah, it hasn't been that way for me, for sure.
Thorn, I sent you a Reddit post that I found on fixes people have found.
Oh. Okay, cool. Well, if my voice is coming through choppy still, then I guess reading for me is not going to be super ideal. But Thorn can still do it. So yeah, we could read part of my new prologue. Thorn, you already read that. Or we could just go to chapter 1. Or we could try one of my new projects that I've dabbled with and just kind of, I mean, it would be more like, well, I guess, yeah, it would just be for fun because, like, it's not even at a stage I know that I would ask what feedback it is because I'm kind of like, I'm not sure what I've decided to do with the project yet. I'm still kind of unearthing it sometimes. That does bring me to a topic of creativity. I was going to ask you guys too. There seems to be among creative people, like writers particularly, that I'm drawing context from, but like some people need to kind of like not know the end of the story to keep them going to finish writing it, and others like they need a plan, right? Like an outline. And I don't remember. I think we've touched on this before, but what was it like for you, Prince, in terms of working?
Like, I definitely have this is where it's going in mind while I'm writing.
Yeah.
And but the in between details I'm kind of making up as I go.
Yeah. So middles, kind of
Yeah.
stumpy a bit. And Thorn, I recall something similar to you. Not middles per se, but just like you get to the end of the idea and then you're like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm done.
that often happens.
Yeah.
Could one of you check to see if the audio is still doing it? I made a change.
Yeah, let's test it out here. On one. Oh, I'm coming through good.
All right. Let's test my voice.
Hey, it's fixed. Good job, Thorn. You got it.
Huzzah! Thank you very
So what
much.
was the?
So
Yeah, I had to change my output from the WDM cable to the MEA to the MME cable.
Okay.
I'd have to see that in the view thing here, but yeah.
Pretty much the difference there is letting the device be shared or exclusive. It's the big difference on those two.
Yeah, so yeah, it was
There's also some other things, but
the first fix listed on the thing you sent me.
awesome. So I've been thinking about my Rhea story a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things that's been keeping me from going on is the realization Rhea's a little bit of a Mary Sue. Not a big one, but a little bit. She doesn't have enough struggle through the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
I think I mentioned
if
that
you remember
sometimes.
it all.
I remember it generally, but actually, what comes to mind is something that got passed to me recently in a presentation by J. Scott Savage. He says, "Know your hero / villain type." I'm just going to look through some of the slides here, and while I'm thinking about your question, so give me just a moment here.
But yeah, I
So you're
remember making a comment about it. Oh,
yeah, I'm actually. I think I need a link still to that. Maybe I still got it. Did you have it separated by chapters? I think you did, right? Rinse, you had it separated by chapters. I have a chapter word count for Rhea, but I'm not showing anyway. Drop me a link if you get a chance. But I'm thinking about the story. But sorry, I interrupted. Thorn. Did you have more?
I remember that we talked about, back when you were writing it, that she was a little bit of a minor Mary Sue. And how that's not always a bad thing. It becomes a bad thing when you're letting it stop you from letting them experience the negatives. And it's especially a bad thing when you take it to the extreme, like what coined the name Mary
Michael
Sue.
coined it.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, in her case, she was a useless character. She had no skill whatsoever, no competency. She was super depressed all the time, and yet everyone fawned over her. Everyone loved her, regardless of anything bad she did.
What do you remember her doing bad? Because that's what I don't remember. Or like being maybe incompetent or failing at.
Well, like ordering the ship to have her be the captain instead of Kirk. And not knowing how to handle any situation. But it always working out just because she's the main character.
Mm. So it sounds like then there's also some kind of question of believability of like
Mhm.
not just whether she has a lot of skills, but whether you've demonstrated through the story that she's actually competent in those
Right.
skills.
Whereas
So
with
it's like,
Rhea,
sorry, keep going.
with Rhea, we see a lot of her process of development. And I especially like early on, since we see her from the point where she's, still a kid, and her father is trying to teach her these various lessons. We see various things that she goes through to set up for having learned the lessons that we later see her employ. We see the people around her who teach and guide her, and she doesn't just brush them off. Um, so that puts her, unable to be the worst of Mary Sue.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
Now, is she in some ways a spoiled rich kid? Yes, and I think that works.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Um, it really works because it puts such a dichotomy for I forgot the name of the
Dailies.
dailies.
Yeah, and that was the kind of goal, is to have this black mirror between the two,
Right.
showing how easy one person's life is and how hard another person's life is.
Right.
And when
But-
their paths eventually cross, what that dynamic will do.
Well, and this is where we also wander into like spoilers with the story if you're still connecting it. So are we good to spoil the spoilers or
Let's avoid spoiling the spoilers.
okay, I'll try. Thorn, you were gonna say something.
So yeah, that's one of the things where a somewhat Mary Sue-ish character, a person for whom she doesn't face a lot of challenges, things tend to go her way, and but we're still seeing her as being competently set up. It feels real, and so that's where sure, she has some Mary Sue-ish properties, but it fits.
Okay.
And then by having that juxtaposed by Daelise, if she weren't having things go so great, if she weren't a little bit Mary Sue-ish, then Daelise wouldn't feel like the proper counter, the doppelganger. So yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I think it plays to the strength of the story and the kind of message that you're trying to get across.
That's very helpful.
Well, with Rhea's story, it doesn't seem like it's. I guess maybe it's getting into the what is it that you. What's the right question? We see her building up, and that's good. We see her taking on different tasks with mentors. Mentor characters are common and needed. But it's what is the real challenge or the antagonist of the story? And I don't remember one for you.
There wasn't really one there.
Well, and that's where you get into like the stories don't have to necessarily be about like punishing the evil bad, even though many fantasy stories are. Like you have other types of conflicts, right? Like man versus nature. Classic story being like oh, what's that one? Hatchet? Yeah, Hatchet.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But let me go over a little bit of this because I have a hunch maybe it will give some thoughts for that discussion. I don't know if it would help to stream my screen as well, but I'll just read it for now. So like he goes over different classic hero types. He's like the pure hero, anti-hero, the unlikely hero, every man, every woman, the reformed hero, the intellectual. He rates them on, I guess, these scales of like willing or unwilling, motives, strengths, weaknesses, baggage, beliefs, reader appeal. So like there's the pure hero examples being like Superman, Wonder Woman, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Dirk Pitt, Jack Ryan, Legolas. They're
Can you link this?
sorry. Yeah, I think I can.
So that way I can bring it up on stream.
Let's see. I think I'd have to share it with you, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And Ellen.
And where are you sending it?
I sent it to your emails, although I can drop a link to it here in just a sec. There we go. Just a sec. I'll drop it here in the Discord chat and you can go from there.
Okay.
Once I find the Discord chat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Copy link. Bring it to the program I'm streaming, and
There you go. I think that should do it.
know
You guys
your
see it?
hero villain type
Yeah, there you go.
and how to use it. Cool. All right.
So I'm on page 4 here, Pure Hero. If you want to look at that.
Willing or unwilling, motives, strengths, weakness, baggage, beliefs, reader appeal.
Yeah, and I think the question I'm looking for is like, so what is Rhea, right? Like, what is she facing against? Like an anti-hero, you have examples like Deadpool, Han Solo, Flynn Rider. She's definitely not that. So Rhea strikes to me as like a pure hero. Like, there's reader appeal, her beliefs are strong, she's self-confident, powerful, you know, unassailable focus on what they view as good. That sounds like Rhea to me. Love the pure hero, but so one reader appeal he mentioned was love the pure hero, but can be turned off by perfection. So I don't know that she's been perfect at anything. But if you wanted her to feel maybe like a little bit more less perfect, I guess, then it might just be like deciding like what is that small thing that like is her kind of bane. Like even if you don't even change like how many things she's really good at, like what's the one thing that she maybe sucks at? Unlikely hero. So she's not an every man, every woman. At least she doesn't strike me that way because like her royalty certainly sets her apart. And she's not reluctant to face this life in my mind. So I'm thinking of antagonist force for her. There's not an all-powerful villain. You can see that on page 19. Examples being like Sauron, Cthulhu, It. Last I checked, anyway, it wasn't a surprise story with Cthulhu at the end, right? Right, Rents?
No, not yet.
Right? That's the ending. It's like she's totally capable hero, and then twist right at the end. Nope, it didn't matter anyway. Because Cthulhu shows up and eats everybody. Yeah, no. There's the mastermind, like an evil genius, right? This is like in the case of people. She faces a few, you could say, scuffs. There's the nemesis, right? Malfoy, Jerry, Hilla, Ra's al Ghul. This is page 23. And there's the bully. I would say it seems like through the story she's faced more bullies, like people who challenge her a little bit. But it's not like they're the crowning whole arc of the story kind of thing. So like with a bully on page 26, if you want to look there, There's like villain or antagonist, intent to harm, motive, strengths. So they're mostly arrogant, bully. They're absolutely intend to harm. Their motive is to destroy the hero. They're stronger or they have more power than the hero, and then the weakness is intense focus on whining.
Winning.
Oh, winning. I'm sorry. There's no H there. Yeah, good times. Intense focus on
They
whining.
often do a lot of whining as well once they are in a
Yeah.
lesser position, but
Their self-view is very low. Self-esteem, feels better by taking others down. Worldview is usually very negative. Reader reaction is, we hate this villain the most. Power level is like a 6, and the alignment, if you did put it in D terms, is chaotic evil. So, let's see if he talks about this. The opposing hero. Oh, that's a different type. Okay, then there's the anti-villain, the fallen, the beast. She's not a mother nature, so it's more like a conflict between forces, like a struggle between something of that nature for her. So, like, it doesn't seem like it's confidence, doesn't seem like it's ability. So maybe it's just like tragedy, I guess. I mean, knowing what I know of the story so far is like, and I'm spitballing a little bit here, but like I know sometimes when people like go through school and they like get all straight A's, right? And then they get their first F or D, like it kind of unhinges them sometimes. So I think that's my question for you is like, does that feel like a fit for Rhea? Almost like this moment of tragedy happens, and then it's just like, because she's never not dealt with quite exactly that, even though she's dealt with all the other things.
Yeah, because where I was with her, what was about to happen was she was going to reach a place where they want her to get married to a guy to kind of fix the bloodline situation to keep her family intact, but she didn't really necessarily know that's what was going to happen. And so there's going to be a conflict with that family. There's going to be another suitor who's there for the same reason. And then there's going to be the conflict that she really likes the guy, but she doesn't like the situation.
What doesn't she like about the situation, though? Because
she feels like she's being sold.
Okay. All right.
And like, yeah.
So is the character one she's supposed to fall in love with, or like that's your kind of your intent, or is it one that's like, well, she has two suitors, right?
Gonna...
So you have one that's like the good suitor, if you will, the one she's going to fall for, and then, or you know,
or so she's one of the suitors, and then there's going to be another suitor for this.
Oh, so she's competing with someone else to.
Yeah, and you remember the conflict that happened in the end of what I've written, where the guy tries to assault her.
Yeah,
it's gonna be it's gonna be like his sister, and so there's already a conflict there between that family.
Wait, his sister's trying to marry him as well?
It's or the sister of the assaulter is gonna try to marry this potential love interest.
Oh, okay.
And so what they left behind when they leave that city follows them for the story.
So is it really the suitors then that's your antagonist?
I think so.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts yet, Thorn, on maybe?
I was just looking over the various archetypes of the heroes.
Yeah.
And trying to figure where I think she fits. Because certainly Daelise feels like the unlikely hero.
For sure.
Whereas I was thinking that maybe that Rhea feels somewhere between the intellectual, the unlikely hero, and the pure hero.
So the pure hero, it seems like down on page 43, some pairings, for example, are pure hero and the evil genius. So you got Superman, Lex Luthor, where the pure hero is like against the opposing hero. So a good example being Marvel Civil War. So those are two examples. Or the unlikely hero is against an all-powerful / ancient villain, Lord of the Rings, or the unlikely hero against a bully, and you've got Matilda. So what you've got, though, is the pure hero paired with the bully, and the unlikely hero paired with, at the moment, I don't know, like more like not Mother Nature, but more like just kind of, I guess, how would you put it? Like the realities of life, right? Without privilege.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a different pairing than maybe.
Yeah, and we know that
Some of these.
Dalis is being hunted. But we
Right.
don't know much about who's hunting her yet.
True.
So the question with the pure hero becomes, if she's facing a bully. Well, with a bully, to work, the bully has to be just slightly either on par or above the hero in terms of power. So it seems like you've got he's at least at par, right? Because he assaults her. And then there's the risk of the fallout from that. And then questions of like, well, will people believe her? Will it affect their status? How is it if he lies about it, but she, continues to profess innocence? Like, what does he do? Like, for instance, and I'm thinking of a lot of Regency conflicts tend to deal with this. It's like, you've got the suitor, and then it's like, okay, so if something goes wrong and they get rejected, like, that's even a balancing act, because then it's like, oh wait, if you got rejected by the most powerful family in the land, like, what does that say about how good of a suitor you really are, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
so if they're equally parred in terms of power level, then it seemed to me like the fallout would be something maybe along those lines of like, well, if he lies about it and even then says that she's tried to do something, then she has to, for instance, defend herself, and see if people will believe her. And so I suppose if you're going along a more feminist type topics, right? Because you already suggested like she feels like she's being sold off, right? Which approaches that in terms of traditional roles of women being treated like property through history. Then like it would be natural to maybe explore some of those other connected conflicts about that, of like, what about the issues of like whether she's believed or not because she's a woman, and things like that, and how does she overcome those things? That's one angle you could approach there. But I've done a lot of talking. What do you think, Ritz?
Yeah, I'm liking these ideas. I think probably the bully is likely going to be Rhea's conflict. With the once she enters the suitor position.
So the bully is, in terms of villain or antagonist, or antagonists, intend to do harm. Worldview is very negative, and your reader response is going to be that people hate this villain. Power level is a 6, so it sounds like he's not going to be overpowering to Rhea, but he's going to be just slightly better enough that it's going to be annoying, right? In some way. So I guess the thing to identify is what is he better at than Rhea?
Right.
I'm
thinking just like a little better socially.
Possibly.
When people are looking, they're very cordial, very nice, and then when only the viewers and Rhea can see them, they are just the worst.
Yeah, and you've definitely established that with the views for what people in the world think of her house. We don't yet know much about what people think of the bully's house.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and the big conflict, or the what would go wrong, is the family comes here because they've pretty much been kicked out of that shipping port because of the conflict that they were at.
Because yeah, but what's the story that he's telling about the conflict? Like, because if
Well,
he just said,
they've come here to set up new relations, set up a new port. So
uh
if the other suitor wins, they've been locked out of another port. They've been locked out of the coast, and it'll ruin the family.
okay, so Rhea's dad needs this new venture to solidify their wealth
Yeah,
and also defeat any claims of royalty to. I mean, because he's just
yeah.
a merchant, right? So he needs to
Which,
basically solidify himself with some other house that's considered royalty.
yeah, which at this point he's kind of set that on the back burner a little bit because he's so worried about Rhea herself.
Hmm.
Um, that it's become a conflict for him. Like this was okay, let's go see what happens, and it turned into a need, and at the same time something he doesn't want to force on her. So she's gonna have to step up and choose it, even though she doesn't want to.
Right.
Once she understands what all is at stake.
So does she? Because I don't get the sense that she does. I mean, she seems to like, from what I remember, I remember scenes of like her overhearing things about her father, but I don't know if she really got a sense that I remember a scene of like, this is how bad it is.
No,
And maybe
she
feeling
doesn't
that.
understand at all. So it's gonna be a big revelation and a big, oh, I have to make a choice now.
So is that why Denise matters? Is
Yeah.
because the thing that she needs to understand is like the reality of, or is it more of her naivete? Kind of like the reality, she needs to be not naive in terms of realizing that without this, like that's where there'll be like they'll be like Denise in the gutter kind of a thing.
Yeah, like because the original idea was exploring the idea of who am I from a literal sense and a like a personality coming of age sense,
Okay.
looking at them both at the same time.
Well, it seems like conflicts with who am I usually then revolve around something like either comparing yourself to what you're not in some form, or trying out roles and kind of picking and choosing, what is that for me, or like whether it's the conflict with society in terms of like, well, you're a woman, so this is who you are, right, and how this is how that's defined, which you have a little bit, but it doesn't sound like the story's exclusively about that I remember. And so then it would just be like, well, who is she in comparison to her father or the bully or all these other people that she's met and how they work things out and so on.
Okay.
That's where my brain goes. Any thoughts, Thorn?
I was thinking that on that line, we probably need to see, like, if you want to use the bully as another lens for analyzing the self, and with the concept of this is what I am not, then we would need to see more of who they are.
Okay.
More accurately, we would need to see Rhea finding who they are to be able to make that, decision of who I am not. Beyond just the assault, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely felt like that's where you were headed. We just hadn't gotten that far.
Yeah. And I worry about holding interest to like get that far.
The simple patch might be, and this is kind of with the perspective of like what I've heard called as like the path of least revision, where it's kind of like, okay, I've written this story, I want to finish it, but I want to do the least revision possible to get it done, right? Based on what I've already kind of set out. And that works for some writers. So if this doesn't work for you, though, by all means, just chuck it. But with that idea in mind, it might be prudent then to do cutaways to this guy's character. And what would make sense is if Denise is interacting with him as well. And so, in other words, so you almost use Denise as kind of seeing the undersided part of him, and then use Rhea to show kind of what he puts to the outside world. And then, of course, somewhere midway, as I remember your chapters going, that would probably switch, because then you're going to see through Rhea's perspective both the undersided and the the more public side. And then I'm not exactly sure where Denise goes from there, but yeah.
And it's an L, not an N in Delise.
Oh, Delise. Sorry, I probably mispronounced it. So you can drop chapters earlier with him, and then that makes it sustained of like what's he gonna do or what's happening. Or basically in terms of a plot cycle of like Tri-Fails, where we're seeing the antagonist propping up throughout the story, is that there needs to be attempts of different things that are by him, even if he's not like on screen, right?
Okay.
Hold on a sec. I'll be right back.
I'm also going to say, as per your last question, is making sure that you maintain interest until then. You don't have to worry about that. You seriously don't. Because your story is interesting all the way through.
Oh, that's good.
There's not a waiting for it to be interesting. It has been.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you can put that fear out of your mind. It's not something you have to worry about.
Right.
What do
I
you
don't
feel
want to
like?
take up all the time.
Oh yeah, sure, okay.
We've done 20 minutes with my questions, so
I've definitely been enjoying it. It's inspiring me to want to write too.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. I think that questions like looking at your own motivations for the story. If the people aren't saying in your feedback that I'm not interested, I'm bored, then yeah, like don't. If that fear comes up, then like I would just be like, okay, that's my own. That motive is not exactly it. I mean, maybe if it were me, I might dig into like, well, is there something that I want in the story though that I'm getting bored and isn't there? So that would be the only other examination I would say on that, is like, is there something that you're not interested in enough that you want to keep going with it? And if so, then what is that thing? Does that feel like it fits at all, or is it really just like being over worried?
Over worried, but that's
Okay.
kind of my nature.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, same.
yeah, we feel it there. Okay, what am I working on? As far as big questions with Winter story, I solved my chapter 2 problem pretty well. I don't think I went over it with you, Thorn, but I did talk about the arc with Boss, right? And how that
got
scene
mentioned.
flow. So we could read those scenes, or we could just start from the beginning, and I could get a second take on the prologue, and Rince could get a feel for it as well, since it has changed considerably since last time you read. I mean, it's yeah, well, it's still basically the same story, right? I mean, it's just kind of like the chapters have taken maybe a little bit different viewpoint or like slightly different scenario, but like the same stuff is happening with the same people. So sure. How about you, Rince? What tickles your fancy? You happy with whatever?
Happy with whatever.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just do the prologue again, unless that bores you, Thorn.
Did you want to read it this time?
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and read it. When the Euphorians ventured into space, they were alone in the universe. Out of loneliness or perhaps desperation, they created the Xenotherians. They were the crowning achievements of the Euphorians' genetic engineering, the children made to inherit their legacy. They set us, their progeny, the same task as themselves, to fill the universe with all forms of life. And for a time, it was good. Aphrodite Discourses on Imperial Culture, Volume 1. Zeus and his entourage arrived in the star system. As the last progeny to the Emperor Kronos, he should have garnered a heartier welcome. Instead, he illegally hacked the Overwatch AI to allow him to pass through the hyperspace gates without detection. Overwatch monitored all hyperspace traffic, but he understood its real purpose: to undermine Xenotherian power and influence throughout the galaxy. After Zeus's ship passed into the Goldilocks zone, they charted their course toward the fourth planet of the region. Poseidon's secret base was an old haunt of Aphrodite, his progeny. In his absence, Poseidon had taken up residence and consolidated her remaining power, territory, and resources for himself. Such was the way of things among the elite of the empire, like himself in their progeny line. Isn't that line redundant? That last himself and his progeny line. I mean, shouldn't we have assumed that already? Maybe, don't know.
A little bit. It kind of such was the way among the elite of the empire implies that he's part of the elite.
Yeah.
He's kind of doing it.
So I can probably just chop that off.
Did you eat?
Once they neared the planet, Zeus and the landing party boarded a smaller shuttlecraft that would take them to the planet's surface. His guardian and advisor, Ida, alongside a gaggle of young Nympharium and his other guards. Although he might have brought Cractus, he preferred not to risk any of his networks or cells on something that went wrong. Cractus and Adrestia would be waiting in orbit for his return and his hasty retreat. I was going to mention to you, Thorn, when we were reading this, I could come up with nicknames for some of these characters, but like that sound close to the actual, Greek name, just for pronunciation ease. Because I remember in the earlier drafts of this story, I had them named 7 and different numbers.
Mhm.
Like just the ease off the tongue sometimes was better. Anyway,
You've got an extra of there next to cells.
cells.
Network of
Yeah,
cells
although
of
it might have-
something.
Oh,
I think it's
If.
supposed to be if.
yeah, there we go. Nice catch. Thank you. Okay. Ida frowned and leaned toward his seat, staring at him. The neural link embedded in her brain sent an encrypted message directly to Zeus to not alarm the other Nefarium or seem improper. Socially talking down to a full imperial citizen like himself. This is dangerous. Why did you bring them? He met her gaze out of respect, responding on the same channel. You disapprove? Nymphs aren't designed for this. They're glorified models and escorts, not soldiers. Do I hear affection for your kind before me? He was not surprised by her response. Sent by Rhea. Boom. No relation. To advise and protect Zeus in her stead. Ida frequently provided well-considered advice in writing, but still, he liked to tease her. I have to. Rhea can't be here to do it herself, after all. Zeus grunted. I didn't know your job was to disapprove of my decisions. She rolled her eyes. Don't be a pest. You know I have your best interests at heart. He did know. And he didn't falter for being concerned about her subspecies. In her place, he would have done the same. And she was right. They weren't soldiers. Have you forgotten what the Furies did the last time you visited this? That is a little confusing.
Yeah,
It's like
I was caught up on that when I read it too.
I'm gonna just put a question mark of clarify. I think it might have been something like the last time you tried this, because he has been going around basically trying to gather allies. There we go.
So
Zeus's
maybe
eyes
the
darkened.
last time you visited someone of such high position.
You could even just cut it to just last time you visited.
The last time?
Yeah, just cut it to
That
last
sounds
time
good.
you visited.
Zeus's eyes darkened. I remember, but I didn't bring them. Poseidon wouldn't see me, he said, still speaking over the link. That man is a pudding brain. Careful, Zeus warned. I tolerate your insolence only so far, and only because I find it amusing. Ida made no apology, but she didn't pursue it further. The shuttle finished its descent, landing in a secret underground bunker 100 kilometers away from the main city-sized fortress that served as Aphrodite's headquarters. That once served. There was none of the usual pomp and circumstance Zeus had known in all his youth. All that ended when he learned that Kronos, his progenitor, had... Just going to fix this. EM dash. Had been behind the various assassination attempts that had forced him to go underground for fear of his life. But so far, so good. They disembarked from the shuttle and boarded a high-speed tram headed toward Aphrodite's palace complex. All the Imperials had one in their capital city. Poseidon annexed many of her holdings in the Empire after she died. I pretty much said that earlier. Right? I think,
Did
I
you?
said that earlier. I'm pretty sure I did. In her absence, it's on page 2 at the top of the page. In her absence, Poseidon had taken up absent residence and consolidated her remaining power, territory, and resources for himself.
Yep.
So just chop it here? Or does this say it more clearly and just move it up maybe and then cut the other one?
Well, cut one of them for sure. When it says his progeny, is it Poseidon's progeny or Zeus's progeny?
It says Kronos right here. Divided amongst greedy Ephorians loyal to Kronos.
Oh, sorry. The first place it says it's
Poseidon's secret base
is
was
an old haunt of Aphrodite, his progeny. That kind of makes it sound like it's Poseidon's progeny.
So it's an old haunt of Aphrodite. Oh, you're right.
and a random the in front of Aphrodite.
So they charted their craft towards the second region. The planet Poseidon's secret base was an old haunt of Aphrodite. Oh, when it says his progeny, it means Zeus's in this case, because Aphrodite is directly related to him. Also,
Right,
Kronos.
because it's a single sentence instead of
it's confusing.
Yeah.
So should I say Zeus's progeny again? Is that just, or does that sound?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Zeus's progeny. Yeah. So I suppose the information that you get here when it's said again, the only thing is like those loyal to Kronos. So that would be, maybe important to pick out. Loyal to, here we go. But I think I could just cut it. All the Imperials had one in their capital world. Poseidon had taken up permanent residence there. Okay. Despite the time, the wound of Aphrodite's absences, had yet to heal. He feared the friction between them had driven her to do something rash that led her to eventual death. Are we doing okay on time?
I've got 4 minutes.
Okay, so we probably won't be able to finish this. So I'll just summarize a little bit, maybe we'll finish it next time. But like the rest of the point of view is from Zeus. You get the sense of what he's doing in the Empire and why it matters. And then, just as he's finished giving the information, kind of pulls Poseidon over to his side. That's when the Furies attack. So it's different from the original prologues, where at first it was from Poseidon's point of view. And then before that, even there was another one, I think. I forget exactly what it was like, but the reason why I switched was because Poseidon ended up being kind of a throwaway character anyway, and so centering it on Zeus kind of helped with character economy. And then also because his story became a little bit more central, I could flesh out his character more in terms of how he felt and feels about Aphrodite, and then kind of that arc. And then also because he's the main antagonist in the war, right? Which eventually the protagonist ends up siding with and helping. And so it clarifies that conflict much more quickly. And then also it establishes the fear of the Furies of like from an outside perspective, because rather than just through hers, because then you get a sense of like, oh, like this is what it feels like for everyone else to be chased by these people. So anyway, any thoughts?
What you read so far works pretty good. Yeah, it'd be nice, good to kind of get Zeus's perspective and then see him from the other side when he's picked up.
Yeah, so the next chapter pretty much picks up from Runt's perspective, actually. So you get the outside kind of looking in from the prologue, and then chapter 1 starts with Runt actually on this mission, and you get it from her point of view. Anyway, I've been proud of that progress. So
Good.
I think in the long inception of this story, what I didn't anticipate from the get-go was how much more setup I needed to do with the character before I had the relative plot conflicts happen. It's like there's now a lot more scenes of like her with her squad. Sorry, hold on, got an itch in my throat.
Welcome to the stream, Iron Brain. I'm doing pretty good. We're finishing up on one of the stories because Watch, Rinse, Repeat is going to have to go. Not quite sure what we're going to continue to. Probably either continuing with the winter story or going to my Homestuck-based Esprayer story.
Let's see, where was I? So yeah, so like you get scenes where she's with the squad more. You get scenes of the Doctor and like what it's like on the ship, and a little more about Apharian culture. So anyway, I thought it worked out well.
I am curious, Nate. Yeah,
Mhm.
just where on this hero chart you would put Winter and Zeus?
That is a good question. Let's look.
I'm gonna go. Good
Okay.
luck with the rest. I'm available in 2 weeks, and then the next 2 weeks, and then the next 2 week. Mark,
So every other week, basically,
Yeah.
or 2 weeks, and then you're the following Saturday.
No, like in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So next week I've got work on call. Probably be called in, but the week after I'm free. So
Okay. Thorn, you mentioned, or I think Thorn's got another stream on Wednesdays. I don't know if you can make that one.
Yep, I stream Monday,
no, I usually
Wednesday,
work on a
Friday, Saturday.
All right. Well, we'll just see you in 2 weeks then, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
Or hear you in this case.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
I watch. Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah. So where would I
Winter.
put? Yeah. Where would I put Winter? She's not the pure hero. That's for sure. She is not. Unlikely, maybe.
Yeah, right off the bat, I'm feeling either reformed or anti.
Yeah, let's look at those. So the anti-hero is highly unwilling, and that will be true in the first part of the story, right? In terms of money-backed, self-interested, revenge, guilt. Her motives are more altruistic than that. No constraints, insider knowledge, streetwise connections. She certainly has that in terms of being part of the Empire. She doubts, lacks commitment, secrets, conflicting interests. She does doubt conflicting interests, I suppose, in the sense that like her own personal interests conflict
Mm-hmm.
at moments. Checkered past, scars, hidden story. She has that. Interests hides true beliefs. She's in a position of having to hide them rather than follow them. Often the most charismatic to offset lack of commitment. I don't know that she strikes me as a charismatic sort, though.
She certainly doesn't start charismatic. I think she does become fairly charismatic as the
Yeah.
story goes on and she learns more about herself.
Chaotic / chaotic neutral or chaotic good. She certainly alignment wise would fall there, and that would make sense. And the other one you said was
Reformed.
the reformed hero. So let's look at that one. That's page 14. It looks like. So unwilling until change of heart, which does make sense in terms of the Empire and having to change her heart about that, right? Or like kind of like seeing her vested cause in that.
Yeah, because she's starting off as the Empire's ultimate assassin.
Right. And then you've got make up for the past, but put wrong right. She's not really making up for the past. I think there's more kind of like just an understanding for it, at least in this story.
But that is certainly the majority of her journey, I think. But eventually, she attains that goal of, wanting for her and her species what they have been denied.
This is true.
Not necessarily what she has done in that regard, but what she has helped enforce.
Mm-hmm. They know the enemy. They're highly committed. That she certainly is. Temptation, bad habits, volatile. She has more of that with the bloodlust. I don't know that in the current drafts that it maybe causes as much problems as it needs to in terms of after the fact, right? I would say that she's volatile, and that certainly is a conflict that's handled through the rest of the narrative, right? Because Aphrodite's concerned, like this is a killer, right? Can't like in the same stroke they're trying to help her, but at the same time, like they don't just let her wander around alone because, right? She's an assassin, so hard to deal with what they've done and who they are. She does struggle with the who they are, maybe not what she's done. That's not as emphasized as much. Maybe it needs to be.
I wonder, other things that you have said imply to me that should be more a focus of a book 2.
The hard to deal with what they've done?
Yeah, with what she's done and coming to those terms would be more a focus of book 2, whereas who she is where she is in book 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, book 2 would still have a fair bit of who you are. But, dealing with what she's done be some of the motivation for why she would pursue some of the other things on the planet, like
Mhm.
becoming the dragon rider.
Yeah, we had that in some of the original drafts.
Yep, and we
I
had
don't, I
talked
don't know
about
if I had her as a dragon rider, but she did. Oh no, yeah, I kind of did, didn't I? Because she had that connection with dragons.
yeah, and
I forgot about that.
yeah, you basically removed that from this, but kept the link that is why that was possible. And we talked about the possibility of in book 2 having her go and instead of just instantly be able to command dragons, she joins their people, going through their rituals, uh, deals with a bunch of her baggage, and then is able to make that connection with a dragon.
Yeah, actually, it reminds me of the conflict that what I wanted to show was the tension with magic and with science of like that because the aliens were much more like magic is nothing, it's nonsense. And so I was dealing with that of like, but then the people themselves are like, wait a minute, you're one of the gods and you shouldn't be able to even do this, right? You're like your magic or whatever is supposed to be technology. And she's like, oh, but I do have this difference.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So moving on in the analysis, beliefs. They can see both sides.
she can, and she is in an interesting position to do that because she switches, right?
Mhm.
Um, yeah. And then it's hard to trust a previous villain, but we are rooting for them. So I think this is in terms of reader reaction of like,
right, because that's on reader appeal.
yeah, is the audience may not trust yet that she's totally invested, and that's accurate enough. And their power level for the reformed hero is pretty close to what Runt would be, which is she is really powerful, and that makes sense, right? And the alignment is chaotic good. So reformed hero seems to be me more of the arc, but it's almost like book 1 is about half the arc.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's about all the time we have to fit in there,
Right,
given
exactly.
the complexity of the world and the other characters.
Now, on the reader appeal aspect, I don't think you really have. Um, you haven't really established for the reader her being the villain in a way that would prevent the reader from trusting them.
Do you think it needs that though? Really?
I don't. I don't think it does.
Oh, okay.
And that was going to be my next point, is that for her story, it's not necessary. And if you tried to just set it up that way, I think it would take away. Because then it would cause this problem of being hard to trust, and if the main character is hard for the audience to connect with and trust, then they don't want to keep reading. Whereas I think
Yeah.
you've done a good job of setting it up that we want to keep reading her. We want to follow her. We root for her. Because we see that she's already, she's in this structure of having to be the villain and doesn't want it, but doesn't know anything else.
Yeah, and then discovering the something else is what switches. So I think that does, lend well to the experience.
And so in your story, instead of it being the audience who can't trust her, I think it's well presented that it is the society around her that
doesn't trust her.
Doesn't trust her, and some of them are really trying to help her work past that.
Yeah. So reformed hero is probably her closest match, and I mean, if we're following this kind of down the line, do they do the reformed hero to?
Well, also keep in mind that those pairings are not suggestions, they are analysis. They're saying, yeah, further down when they're pairing up the two, they're not saying you should pair an unlikely hero with the all-powerful ancient villain. They're saying that's what Lord of the Rings is.
Oh, gotcha. No, that's a good point. If you're good with it, I think it would be nice to move on to chapter 1. Get your thoughts.
Okay.
Then you can have kind of a continuity flow. I'm just going to grab something to eat. Hold on.
All right. Okay, let's see. I haven't
There's
checked.
500 Tekken coins that you guys
Oh.
can all get
Oh.
for Tekken.
Why are
8
you
if-
not muted? Channel. And you need to be muted too. That's what I got out. Okay. Which camera is tracking me? Okay.
All right.
And
Let's see here. Let me pull up chapter 1. Should be, yeah, Chasing Zeus. You got that pulled up, Thorn?
do.
Okay. Just gonna take a little bite here. Do you want to start reading?
Sure. Loved was grown, not born. Owned, but not loved. Genetically designed, programmed, indoctrinated, measured, and trained, but never nurtured. For as long as she could remember, she had lived under the scrutiny of a camera and an algorithm. Her every waking moment was analyzed by the doctor and her staff as they continued their ceaseless improvements upon her subspecies. Years before, the doctor meticulously designed and fabricated her genes to excel at one thing only: kill. And kill Runt did. Pandemonium broke loose when Runt Squad Commander, Boss, sliced the Nympharium in two in front of Poseidon and Zeus. In fractions between seconds, guards raised their weapons, and Runt cut off the hands of the one closest to her. Nihil, the second in command and in age, cut two Nympharium's legs out from under them, then stabbed them in the back to end their life. Baby then decapitated three more guards on the opposite side of Zeus. No one, save maybe Zeus and Poseidon, would leave here alive today. Zeus had been right to be paranoid and go into hiding. He hid so well for a long time no one could find him. In a desperate gamble, Kronos ordered Runt's contingent to deliberately leak information concerning their existence, to bait him out into the open. Take no prisoners but the targets, Boss ordered through their secure channel, the sound of her voice carried by her sub-vocalizer to her caller, and then to the rest of them. That had been Kronos' orders. Understood. Nihil kicked a fleeing Nympherium. She hit the wall with a sickening crack, then dropped to the floor. They'd planned this operation for months in advance, and stationed guards at multiple locations throughout Zeus's former domains that were either once owned and operated by Zeus or by close friends, allies, and business partners within the Empire. It would be fortunate for their measure that Runt's team would be the one to bring him in. No one could see Runt's squad while they worked. Each of them wore an advanced stealth suit that hid them from the visible light spectrum, making them effectively invisible. Besides the obvious stealth advantage, the devastating psychological effect of terror it inflicted on their targets made the feature desirable. Of course, having an entire squad of invisible assassins would be difficult to manage without their eye contacts, projecting a faint, ghostly artificial outline on one another. To each other. Sorry, the sentence structure there is confusing and throwing my brain off. That way, on missions, they didn't accidentally run into or attack a teammate. Runt grabbed a fleeing guard and hurled him across the plaza and into the wall. Another charged in her direction, firing hot plasma wildly into the surrounding air. She ducked and swerved, then sliced him clean in two as he passed her. The two halves of his body spun in different directions, knocking over in a Nympherium. A plasma bolt struck Baby in the back. Ow! He turned and slammed his fist into the guard's helmet, cracking it like an eggshell. The guard's brains splattered the floor. Baby heaved the body aside, whirled his weapon on the fleeing crowd, and let out a burst of rapid fire. No energy weapons unless absolutely necessary, Boss snapped, gutting two more guards and slitting the throats of two unsuspecting nymphs, who'd hid under some furniture. I want them to remember the blood. Runt found the sentiment extreme, given the mission objective, but wouldn't argue with her commanding officer, not openly. Besides, a guilty part of her secretly enjoyed it. The conflicting bundle of feelings her bloodlust brought up was one that she had yet to unravel, if she ever would. In the cacophony of startled shouts, crackling energy fire, and the screams of the dismembered and dying, Zeus and Poseidon had fled down the hallway. Don't let them escape! Boss yelled into their earpieces, stomping a foot into another guard's head. Cracking it open with a loud snap, like a crab smeared on pavement. On it! Runt bolted after them, Nihil right behind her. The targets had all been too shocked to sound the alarm. It wouldn't have worked, even if they tried, per Boss's strategy. To be doubly sure Zeus would not escape this time, they hacked the complex AI and built a Trojan horse into the security suite to silence all alarms when the time came. Several other guards were waiting at key junctions to prevent anyone from escaping, and other assault shuttles and 3 fighter squadrons were stationed in orbit to attack any fleeing vessels. The doctor had given Boss free rein on this mission, and so far she'd planned it well. After careful analysis of Zeus's history and associations, Boss had deduced that he would most likely come here, and so chose to lay a trap for him. Her prediction was correct, even if her methods were bloodier than Runt preferred. But Boss had always been that way. For Boss, winning wasn't enough. She wanted to crush her foes. Exactly.
Didn't we already kind of say some of that in the last sentence or so? In terms of where are you at? Assault shuttles?
I don't think the assault shuttles had been mentioned.
Excuse me. Here, Runt found the sentiment extreme given the mission objective, but wouldn't argue with any officer. Yeah, didn't we say that earlier? Or am I imagining it? No. Okay, continue. Sorry.
So there is a minor repetition of Runt not agreeing, but I think the throwaway, even if her methods were bloodier than Runt preferred, I don't think is a bad repetition. It's more a clarification and leads directly into the next bit of, Boss had always been that way, setting up who Boss is, and that Runt knows this.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that repetition is bad.
Continue.
She wanted to crush her foes exactly like the way she crushed and smashed bones of those she fought, just like Kronos. I think exactly like is not necessary here and is throwing part of the sentence off. So she wanted to crush her foes the way she crushed and smashed bones of those she fought, just like Kronos. The long surface-level hallways blurred around them as they sprinted after their targets. Sometimes Runt almost felt bad for killing other innocent subspecies on missions like this. It wasn't like they chose to come here. Zeus and Poseidon had probably ordered them to. And so they had to obey an Imperial citizen. All subspecies did. That was their purpose. Otherwise, why did they exist? Choice had nothing to do with it. I ponder at this point her making that distinction.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would come from her as a character. It's something that, like, yes, it's true, and essentially, you as an author needs to convince that, but the story needs to do that rather than her thinking that.
Right.
So I just needed a way to kind of go like, this is kind of the dogma right? That
Right.
she's been fed. So I suppose it could be done through dialogue or maybe even done elsewhere.
Because I'm of two minds on this. On the one, having this set up, having it set up that that is the way things are this early, I think is a bit important. On the other, I think having this be a realization that she comes to later is stronger. And I'm not quite sure how to balance that.
Well,
And then, of course, there's the path of least revision, where you don't necessarily want to add that to something you've already written, like in later chapters.
I don't know. I mean, if I just eliminate this line, like, I'll go to suggesting right here. Doesn't that pretty much fix it? And isn't there enough still, or does that destroy some of the setup? Because really, she's not questioning yet her own existence. You there?
Yeah.
So that question really does come later.
I think the core of this paragraph's problem is that it's her thinking it wasn't like they chose to come here.
Right, which involves kind of a metacognition of her situation that she doesn't have yet
Right.
in the story.
Her feeling bad about killing innocents, I think, still fits.
So does it throw it off if it's just maybe like deleted up to there? Or do I find a way to insert that through another vehicle in the story, like another character, like Bullseye, like a memory, or dialogue with boss, or something like that? Because what the sentence does is kind of lend some sympathy, I guess, for them in this moment,
Exactly.
for the reader, of like going, they didn't have a choice. But I guess then the question is, with that first sentence is, then does that already imply really what that is trying to support, which is they don't have a choice, like this is expected? Or do we need like a physical reminder of like a subspecies not doing what an imperial citizen says, to get kind of the idea of like, oh, this is why? Because you do get that in the prologue, right? Because you get the status quote,
Right.
quote from Zeus. So maybe that's not needed to be repeated here. Like, well, it's
Yeah.
soon enough to.
Yeah, delete this segment.
Yeah.
Leave it at just that she feels bad about killing other innate species on missions like this.
Okay. By the way, you do have editing privileges on this document.
I do.
But you like to use suggestions.
Yeah, there's some things where I'm just like, I don't feel strong enough about the change I want to make to just make it.
Sure.
There's others where it's like, okay, that's a simple grammatical issue. I'll just fix that. And others that are, yeah, that's a grammar issue, but how much of this is how I would say it versus how you would say it, and it's not necessarily wrong.
But now the paragraph seems a little fragmented. So we got the long surface level hallway blurred around them as they sprinted after their targets. Sometimes I almost feel bad for killing other innocent subspecies on missions like this. Maybe to develop the empathy, we could add just a sentence or two about her empathy, or about her like reluctance to just murder. I mean, you kind of get that already, obviously, so maybe that's overkill, but
I'm thinking that sentence might actually fit earlier where they were doing the killing of innocents.
okay. Where would you say that is?
Where does someone kill a nymph?
I think it's with baby and boss. Boss slits their throat. Yeah, here, no energy weapons unless absolutely necessary. Boss snapped. This is on page 3. More guards and slitting the throats of 2 unsuspecting nymphs who hid under some furniture. I want them to remember the blood. So, and then it says Runt found the sentiment extreme given the mission objective. But wouldn't argue. Yeah. So actually, this sentence might go really well right here.
Yeah.
Runt sometimes.
Not quite at the front of the paragraph, I think. Because I think finding the sentiment extreme needs to come right after, I want them to remember the blood. Yeah, that's extreme.
So let's try this. Runt found the sentiment extreme given the mission objective, but wouldn't argue with her commanding officer, not openly. Besides, the guilty part of her secretly enjoyed it. The conflicting bundle of feelings her bloodlust brought up was one that she had yet to unravel if she ever would. Sometimes Runt almost felt bad for killing other innocents. So this is, I mean, the other sentences really already do that. Maybe just besides a guilty part of her secretly enjoyed it. I don't know. Like, so she's basically caught in 2 ends, right? She feels
Right.
kind of guilty for enjoying it, but at the same time, also bad for killing subspecies, which are basically kind of in her own status, if that makes sense. It's kind of like I'm killing one of my own, even though they're not directly my subspecies, right? Yeah. I think that works. We can get rid of this sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, just putting the point of it into, and I think that also helps clarify what is the conflicting bundle.
Yeah. Okay, so that fixed that sentence, and now we're back to page 4 on the line. The long surface hallway blurred around them as they sprinted after their targets. She aimed and fired at Zeus. Like steel rods against glass, the bolts shattered his force field piece by piece. Yeah, you following?
Mm-hmm.
Neither of them would have made it out of this encounter if they weren't under orders to take them alive.
You missed
The
the
common
line.
city. Huh?
You missed the line. His royal guard had formed a defensive
Had formed
perimeter.
a defensive perimeter around him and Poseidon to bar the way. Neither of them would have made it out of this encounter if they weren't under orders to take them alive. The common city guard lagged behind them both in their panicked flight. It wouldn't matter though. Runt and Nile tortured them easily enough, scattering the bodies around like hacked jungle leaves. Leaving blood everywhere. I kind of like a. What would you think about EM dash right there? Like hacked jungle leaves, blood everywhere, instead of leaving.
You definitely use and like M dashes.
don't?
I don't tend to use them at all, but it definitely seems part of your style. So you want to throw one in there, it would feel right with everything else you've written.
Yeah, but am I emphasizing, like overemphasizing the blood? Because I'm thinking by this point, you kind of already know there's blood everywhere. So I'm thinking actually just the analogy of hacked jungle leaves is enough.
Okay. Yeah,
The Manners AI. Go ahead.
It still gets it across.
Yeah. The Manners AI.
Just a second. M dash is like super hot sauce. Use it sparingly. That's what Oyram Mui says. And welcome to the stream.
Yeah, that's a good point. M dash is supposed to be extra emphasis, and at this point in the narrative, I'm already emphasized the blood more than once, so it's kind of like an exclamation point on an already an exclamation point. So it's probably good. Anyway, the Manor's AI croaked and garbled over the comm, unable to form a complete sentence as the targets raced deeper into the complex, tearing past galleries, gardens, art, and salary. Just a sec. I just thought of something that might be useful as we're going through this. I'm going to drop a link to the page so viewers can actually look at the document itself rather than the Twitch screen if they need to. If they care to leave comments, they don't have to.
Let me see what I have to do to approve you posting that.
I went ahead and did it. Didn't throw up any flags or anything. So unless you need to be cautious about that in the future.
I don't see it having come through. Yeah, it got blocked.
Oh, it did? Oh, you're right. It did get blocked. It just doesn't show on my side. Okay. Well, I guess you can post it if you want to. Since you're the host and all that. It's blocked. You want to post it, Thorn?
Yeah. I'm just pulling it up.
Okay. I'll just...
Rem Mui's statement. Yeah. It's burp. It's blocked and burped.
Put a big old F you right over it. No. Anyway, the Manor's hacked AI croaked and garbled over the comm, unable to form a complete sentence as the targets raced deeper into the complex, turning past galleries, gardens, art, and statuary used for lounging. After a few moments more of chasing, they caught up to the royal guard and began neutralizing them, then tossing their bodies aside like rag dolls. The targets both whirled, each taking hold of a statue and hurling it at them. Should be an it there, right?
Yeah.
At them both. Runt went to dodge. Tried dodging, but it caught her side and she went down. Nile engaged Zeus, and the two clashed adamant blades briefly. Then a spray of Nile's blood caught Runt's eye, and she shoved the remains of the statue off her. Tartarus, Nile cursed. An arrow slit in his stealth suit had been sliced away from his face. Slit already applies an arrow, so we just put a slit of his stealth suit had been sliced away from his face, revealing his stark white eyes and a bit of his hair. Tartarus, you are right, Poseidon said to Zeus. I tried to warn you about the Furies. Runt got a glow of satisfaction when rebels remembered their reputation. She lunged for Zeus just as he dodged. Her blade whistled by, destroying the last remnants of his force field with a loud electrical crack. It winked out. As the chase continued...
Rem is asking if you're looking for mechanical comments or beta comments.
Oh, at this point in the story, I'm not going to change a ton. So it's mostly just making sure that the story is speaking clearly for what it is. But certainly I welcome comments of enjoyment and other things, or things you feel like are working well for it. I guess we've kind of gone into a bit of mechanical for the moment, but yeah, like I said with you earlier, Thorn, we're just kind of a casual read.
Plausibility comments it is then.
Yeah. My usual question for readers, I'll just pull up really quick. Generally, just any readers is just comes down to kind of 4 basic questions, which is one is what confused you, what was awesome, what bored you, and what didn't you believe? And then 5th kind of being just kind of an overall emotional experience and enjoyment. That's the general feedback I get from most people, but I have had several go through this already, so Yeah. The framework is plausibility, word choice, ambiguous, and character goals being uninteresting. Similar to yours.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, moving along. Let's see. As the chase continued, they neared another intersection of two hallways. Poseidon shared a look with Zeus, and silent words passed between them. No doubt, through a narrow link, people's eyes gave it away, even when they had no idea of what they were saying. Before she anticipated their plan, Poseidon reached for the fountain with his hands, and then the impossible happened. The water redirected itself miraculously and rocketed toward Runt and Nile. And this is essentially the point where you know, Thorin, that like I'm inferring that they have these abilities that are like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense with science. Kind of thing. Nile, look! The current of water struck them both, slamming them into the ground with such force it knocked the wind out of them. Don't need to say both twice. Keep up the stream and get behind me, Zeus said. Poseidon obeyed, then Zeus closed his eyes and focused. Runt caught sight of a faint light of static electricity popping around him. Within a few seconds, a few pops turned into a field of showering electricity. And then he reached out his hand and channeled it through the water stream. Runt and Nile's bodies spasmed as they were hit with an improvised, giant water-infused taser. She hated the loss of control it inflicted, the way the body spasmed and rocked, unable. Don't need that last. It wasn't unheard of that Kronos' progeny had unique genetic abilities, but the details were classified, and even Runt's team hadn't been privy to them. There we go. They'd lost precious seconds from the turret, and when it ceased, Zeus and Poseidon were gone. The fountain had opened up to reveal a secret passageway heading below. Quick! Nile leapt to his feet and shot down the stairwell. Runt staggered, stumbled, and sprinted forward, catching up quickly. Down the stairwell, and at the end of the hall, two royal guards stood in front of the thick glass doors. No doubt Zeus and Poseidon had fled.
I think that's you want the guards or the door.
I liked his remark. I don't need people to tell me I'm awesome. I just am. That's funny. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so you want the guards or the door? Runt asked over the subvocalizer. Guards. And so Nile charged ahead. Do you think it needs clarity of who she's talking to here, like Nile said, or even just to move like this sentence up? Or do you think it makes no difference?
Ooh, I like that format better.
Okay. Runt saw the horror in the guards' eyes as they watched what looked to them as a floating pair of eyes and a tiny scruff of hair race towards them. They exchanged a few quick blows, but Nile was unmatched in hand-to-hand combat, even better than Boss. They were dead before Runt got to the door, so she did the next logical thing and leapt into the air and stuck her blade deep into the glass door. The force of her body against it sent an echoing vibration that shook the floor and walls. You take over reading for a minute, Thorn?
Take the other side, Runt told Nihil. Runt ran her blade along the left side and Nihil the right. It cut clean and swiftly. Only adamant could cut through something so thick so quickly. Runt could just imagine Zeus and Poseidon's faces. Like so many of the other Kronos progeny they'd tracked down, it wasn't a weapon given to the typical foot soldier of the Empire. Runt's kind were the exception. Their purpose and elite missions necessitated special equipment. Together, Runt and Nihil peeled away the door, the metal squealing like a chorus of dying voices until it fell forward with a final deafening gong that rattled everyone in proximity down to the bone. Two guards stood in front of Zeus and Poseidon. Zeus slammed the button on the wall in an attempt to quicken the pace of the escape vessel. Nihil charged first, swiping his blade with a crisp swoosh. The male guard's head flew off in a spray of blood. Runt charged to the left and stabbed down hard into the female guard's chest, stopping her heart. She collapsed like meat slapped on a butcher's board. Zeus and Poseidon backed up against the wall. A fraction of a second, Runt and Nihil considered their approach. Probably for a fraction. The abilities they'd just witnessed from them would make them hard to take down. The matter beam pad on the floor lit up. Poseidon shoved Zeus onto it, then threw himself at Runt and Nihil, barring their way. Poseidon grimaced as Runt struck him with a tranquilizer. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Save our race. Zeus reached for him. Poseidon! The room filled with blinding light as the pad activated, transporting him away and out of their reach. Now that is a much better conclusion for Poseidon there, I think, than the previous version.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, having him actually come to terms with that you were right. And I'm going to give myself up so that you can escape and continue.
Yeah, I think the whole chapter advances more of the characters' arc points together. So like before, you didn't have that kind of turn point with Poseidon, right? Mm-hmm. Or with Zeus. And this chapter does that on top of obviously establishing, Runt as the Furies and them as a terrible, terrifying force to have chasing you through a building.
Right. Yeah, I think it accomplishes that quite well. And of course, this last pit, it also ties in perfectly to what you established in the prologue when Zeus and Poseidon were talking, and we got to see through their perspective of how Poseidon was on Zeus's side, sure, but like not all the way. I mean,
yeah, it's
like, yeah, your goals are right, but how you're trying to go about it, I don't know. I mean, the information you brought me, wow, I mean, this is crazy. I'll have to bring this before the Senate, and then we can get a committee to deal with it. And no, you don't get it. The Senate approved this. They're for this, dude. You're not changing their minds. No. We can still do this the legal way. Do you think the work is missing some description?
Yeah, Oriamu, if I said that right. I think they mentioned the nymphs in here, which technically in the prologue are talked about just briefly, but like the most description you get is supermodels.
Oh, I see. Other comments they've left.
Sorry.
I hadn't seen the other comments they left above.
I think my only question would be, what description matters most in this scene? And certainly it could add a little more description. So there's a pacing issue I have to balance, obviously. But the scene is 1,100 words. So it certainly, it wouldn't hurt anything to maybe embellish a few more areas of vivid description. A red hat could be a description, but I don't know who would be wearing a red hat right now. So I know there's the nymphs. Describing them a little more might be nice.
Especially
Um,
since this is the official chapter 1. You
This is true.
with a
Yeah.
chapter 1, you need to assume that people haven't read the prologue. The prologue has to be an additional thing that helps frame stuff, not required information. Exactly. Ram doesn't read prologues ever.
Yeah, some people don't. And admittedly, some prologues are written with that assumption, but I think you certainly get more if you read the prologue, this one, which is my intention.
I agree. And I think that's the case with most prologues.
Okay, so yeah, so description of the Nefariums. Obviously, you get some description of them in terms of being white, the albino white. There's not really a lot of description about Zeus or Poseidon other than them here. So yeah, in terms of character description, it's pretty sparse in this scene. Being also it's an action sequence.
I don't think you actually describe them as being. Only their eyes are described as stark white.
Right. I think it's just like where to drop that in that makes sense, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think that's what I was struggling with the scene is like it makes sense that you should, but it feels like it would kind of. Well, I guess to some extent, it almost feels unnecessary. I mean, I hate to say that because like it is chapter 1, right? But to me, the empathy, the plot lines are all working well. So
yeah,
it's not like I won't get to that description yet.
Other thing
Maybe
about
it's just
the white skin is they're wearing full body covering. Can't see the white skin.
like reading prologues after you read the whole book. Yeah, I guess you could do that. That way works too. I'm not sure what you mean. I would just find the mechanic and push it up front. Ah, gotcha. Put it in the headspace. I think the thing is like description feels like it slows down. So it's like, okay, where to put that doesn't slow. So it's probably more about parsing. I'm not telling here so much as exploring the idea. Obviously, I could describe them in their stealth suits, but they're invisible. So, like, you can only do so much invisible unless, like, for instance, maybe one of the members' stealth suit malfunctions, in which case there's an easy description right there I could do.
Which the one part that we have is one of them gets a slit in their suit, and we see his eye and bit of hair.
So, if, for instance, I had his whole suit malfunction,
one of the other things I think is lacking in this chapter is description of the structure itself, of where they are. That's stuff that we get in the prologue, but in this scene, they just suddenly show up at an undescribed place and start killing.
Yeah, so it sounds like then I just need to redescribe some of those things again, and probably not going to hurt anything to do so. It might slow the scene a little bit, but if I'm not like whole paragraphs of descriptions drop, I think it should still do fine. What do you think, Thorn?
Yeah, I agree. Preferably in like these first 3 chunks of the chapter. If there was somewhere, even just stating that it is, this aquatically themed palace. Yeah, because we don't have any of that. We're, as far as description here, we're in a blank room.
This is
with
true.
series of balls. and then suddenly there's statues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So just bring some of that description up from the prologue as well.
Yeah.
Repeat it again here.
Yeah, because having read the prologue, I know where they are, but chapter 1, we can't assume that.
Okay. Cool. So just work on description. I can do that. Any other thoughts, Thorn, or our audience at the moment?
I can't think of any. The cool standard media res so far. Yep. There are a few points where you say Nympharium as a whole, and I think that kind of drags it down, and then suddenly you start summing it to just Nymph. I think using Nympharium once and then Nymph every time after would be better.
Yeah, that's good. Cool. Yeah, I'll add that in. Yes, that's true. Coming through the character's perspective, it would be whether Runt is familiar with them. She's familiar with the subspecies, so I mean, I think it's logical to assume as well that she would know the slang of just calling them a nymph.
Even if she's never known one in person, she's definitely read very much about them.
Yeah. But I'll put that in. I'll do that. I do like using the technical term at first. Or I could add a bit of dialogue and characterization, like with Boss or Nile, since they're older and more familiar and gone on more missions. I could have them like summarize as nymph. So then she kind of catches on, like, oh, people don't use like this full term, right? Because then you get the nuance of like, here's somebody who's read a textbook about nymphs, and then here's somebody who's actually like been with nymphs, right? They were assholes. What do you mean? I'm trying to remember a lot of Greek mythology about nymphs. I mean, generally, the only context I got for this scene was that they're pretty, and obviously that a lot of the gods, Greek gods, had affairs with them, left and right. Of course, they had affairs with everything left and right. So. Anyway, yeah. Nymphs. That would be interesting. What do you think of that, Thorn? Nymphs instead of nymphs. I think you'd still get the idea enough. It's a little different than just shortening to nymph. Maybe adds maybe a little more of a. Don't use it. Okay.
Yeah, no.
See, this is the part where text and reading emotion from text is tricky to get. I watch streamers when I comment, and I'm like, sometimes, and I'm like, gosh, this must be hard. And now I'm doing it. I'm like, so this is what it feels like. You're like, wait a minute, that was a joke. Oh, duh.
Yeah. I'll comment on something, they respond to it completely serious. I'm like, oh dang.
You're like, no, I was joking. Can't save it. Anyway, yeah. So stories about nymphs. Let's see. They were maidens usually. Obviously, I have some dudes that are nymphs in here too. That's maybe different than the traditional mythology, but I'm just curious of why people.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably would change the tone too much. Good fun though. So yeah, I'll bump up the description in here, and I think the chapter can certainly hold it. I'll just drop it where it seems appropriate. Probably, like I said, have his suit fail. Okay, so I put the feedback at the end of this document. So yeah, Thorn, I think we've gone over that for me. What else do you want to do on your stream tonight? Do you want to read some more, or do you want to do your own project, or like play a game? Yeah, I'll definitely describe the stealth suit as well. Yeah, totally.
If I recall, in later chapters, it does get described more.
It does, and I can just bring that description forward, and especially in chapter 1. Yeah, that's good. Good point. So thanks for the feedback, both of you. Very good.
Indeed. I don't have any specific plans. We've been going for 3 hours. So yeah, I could continue with the reading of Esbriar. Or we could switch to games. I'm good with either.
Good. It's your stream, buddy. You choose.
Jump on a trampoline.
Yeah, let's all take a break. Run outside. Jump on a trampoline. We could do. I know you've been still, avoiding Baldur's Gate, kind of disinterested there. We could try like a really crazy playthrough. I don't know, make the characters look like just absurdly ridiculous, and just poke fun, see what different things happen. Try things that we think might like not work in this story, and see what happens. Because I did. There was little nuances of connections. I remember that one I ran across recently was you can actually meet the bard on the road before you even get to the Druid Grove. I didn't know you could do that. And so you can just, there's little things that are just slightly different there.
I'm thinking continue with Esbriar.
Okay. So they made this comment, disinterest widely used wrongly. Is that in the chapter? Or is that referring to something else?
I'm not quite sure what they are referring to.
Oh, maybe it was with what I was saying. I was thinking it was something in the chapter itself.
Possibly.
Okay. Anyway. All right. More reading of Esbriar?
Yeah. Just said disinterest with Baldur's Gate. Oh, right. Yeah, that I haven't really been wanting to play. It's like I don't have any hatred for it, but yeah, I'm not really feeling like doing it either.
Sure. Okay, anyway, you said Esbriar, so
yeah.
We'll jump back into that.
So, continuing in Act 1, Act 3. Let's see. Completed Be the Other Troll. Now Be the Flag. Indeed, I did use it super correctly.
Super correctly. 10 points.
The state of not being influenced by personal involvement in something. Impartiality. Yeah? Okay, prompt. Be the flag. Yet another castle built atop a storming mountain peak. Black Flag had seen too many of these castles in her service. She was getting sick and tired of defeating the megalomaniacal tyrants who forced them to be built. This wasn't the old world. Their archaic ways wouldn't be tolerated here in the New West. Black Flag pulled her dusk ash cloak tight against the wind before patting her mechanical Palomino's shoulder blade. All right, Calvin, let's do this again. Give me tectonic readings. I want to know if an army of monsters starts approaching. Load your wide web nets and... we haven't used the grease bombs in a while. That might be fun. None of that will be necessary, Black Flag. She whirled around, lightning pistol in hand, to face the speaker. Seeing an insectoid standing up on only 2 legs, she lowered the weapon slightly. Hive, what are you doing in our world again? Is Catherine Delmore in violation of the dictates of Alpharishi? No, but she was trying to. Her experiments were still several years from being able to control my bodies. You would have defeated her with ease, mighty Black of the Flag Council. I have come for you. So long as you remain, this world is in peril. I, the Hive, shall usher you into a new world, a world where together, with heroes from many universes, we shall create a new universe. We shall survive, for I am the Hive, one and eternal, and we need your help. Great and wise Hive, when last we spoke, you stated that I had maintained the peace between our worlds. What is this threat? If you remain, then thousands of portals will open in the sky. Meteors shall rain from the veil, and all life on this planet will cease to exist. This is not my doing, but is something I need your help to prevent. If you do not, then the same fate will befall my own fleet, my worlds, and every world I am on. If you do not come willingly, then I will be forced to bring you, but I am told this will prevent you from performing your duties. So I ask of you, Black Flag, please join us in this endeavor, and I shall create weapons and armor to empower the rest of the Council of Flags, that they may not fear for the loss of power from your absence. Black Flag took a deep breath as the wind relaxed around them. That is a lot to take in, Hive. I have to think. I am apologetic to your sentiments, Black Flag, but time is of the essence. I am doing all I can to ensure your cooperation. Would it help if I told you of the future that was to be? What do you mean? If you were not one of the chosen, if your world was not about to be destroyed, if I did not need to come claim you, then you would have defeated Catherine and her army within 3 days. She would be but a minor footnote in your history. You would return to your enclave, put down a rebellion, return to your love, help him in attaining office, be betrayed time and again, watch your mentor die, be helpless as your friend is forced to slaughter hundreds of innocents. Find the strength in your mentor's words to take revenge, but choose justice instead, before taking up your mentor's mantle. That is the rest of your story as it should have been. But now it cannot be. Either your world and mine all die, or we flee and create anew, leaving this one to find a path without you. There is no alternative, and I must survive. Father Ricci said you never spoke untruth, but you could be wrong. Father Ricci was a dogmatic old fool and an honorable human. While he filtered his writings through his religious perspective, he wrote true of both our encounters. He was more right about me than I initially gave him credit. And what of the rebellion among my vampires? She thought she saw something like a smile cross the insect's mandibles, but wasn't quite sure. That is something I can help you with. I have prepared the castle for your departure, removed its former occupant and her servants. There is equipment with which we can alchemize something my ally calls blood beans. While they will not provide a vampire's full diet, it will be enough to prevent further mental decay, allowing them to maintain their human-free lifestyle. More importantly, we can produce a few devices which will continue to alchemize blood beans once we have left. I will then transportalize the devices to your enclave with a letter you shall write for them. Are these suitable terms for you to join us? Sounds like you and your allies have thought of everything. Everything except a drug-induced hallucination. The only way I figure you know most of this is that my own mind is creating it.
Hey, Thorny.
Yes.
Did you drop a link so they could view the document if they wanted to?
I did not.
It might help. Because I noticed that, like, unless you're at a PC, you could read it okay. But, like, if you're on a phone or something, I don't know. I think it was easier, but that's just...
Agreed. Correct. You are one of the allies who helped me form this plan of action, to which I promise not to tell you your true name. In your nightmares and hallucinations, that word is what you fear most. On this adventure, you will not hear it. One of our allies will even strike the word from your memory if you so choose it. This, you said, would convince you. Damn, that's heavy. Yes, let's go. He cracked Calvin's reins on his metallic mane and started up the dusty trail for the castle. Prompt. Be the fox. An electric mouse sent lightning down green vines to shock the plant dinosaur at the other end. No! Venusaur, return! The Venusaur looked back in confusion as the Pokeball beam yanked him from the battlefield. The ball was held by a little girl in full body covering robes. What are you doing? Asked her opponent, a young man wearing a white and red baseball cap. Pikachu's lightning is weak against grass types like Venusaur. I know that, Ash. But I don't have time to finish this battle properly. I can feel the reader's attention. Do you see the machines that just appeared on the sidelines? That means enemies are coming, and soon this gym will vanish from this world, never to return. So take your gym badge and be gone. He tossed the gym badge to the center of the arena. What? He gasped. No way! I want to earn this badge fair and square, not just because you got bored and made up stories. I'm not leaving till we finish this, one way or the other. Fine, she sighed. Then I choose Evie. She walked out of the trainer's box onto the field before casting off her robe to reveal her pointy brown ears and little black nose, her tail waving behind. A humanized Evie? So that's why they called you Deviate in town. More than that. She reached for her belt, flipped a dial, and touched a sliver of energized waterstone. She instantly evolved into a humanized adult Vaporeon and blasted the Pikachu with water before devolving back to the childlike Eevee. I can devolve and take on all the evolutions. Before Ash and Pikachu could recover, Deviate evolved into Glaceon with a shard of ice rock, freezing the wet mouse in place. Switching to Espeon, she looked into the mouse's eyes and commanded, "Pikachu, use lightning on yourself." Pikachu, with eyes turned solid pink, summoned lightning from the sky, knocking himself unconscious. The Espeon woman looked to Ash as his eyes took on the same pink as the stone in her forehead. "Now take him to the Poke Center to recover. Remember yourself as having narrowly won." She levitated the gym badge to Pikachu, then even as the ice around him started to melt. Ash blankly picked up his best friend and ran from the arena. Once his senses returned, he would be unable to remember what happened. But with the badge, a wounded friend, and the crater left where the gym had been, he would tell everyone of the day his Pikachu accidentally destroyed the gym by blowing up a superpowered Voltorb before it could finish self-destructing. Deviate didn't mind. Her old trainer and her wife would hear about it, but then they would get her letter and know she was safe. Levitating over to the Crookstruder, she slammed down on its top with psychic force. A kernel sprite rose, and she read its computerized thoughts. A Pokeball, huh? She quickly confirmed that Max Ikes had arrived in the medium before tossing the ball as if to catch the kernel sprite. It promptly turned into a disc featuring the common Pokeball motif found in architecture and signage all over the world. Red and white snakes slithered into the arena from all around, their bodies covered in metallic scales. A few of them lashed out at each other before projecting a fragmented image of a muscular red-headed woman in a blue dress. The hologram spoke in a husky voice. "Careful, DB. I don't have much control of them anymore." Deviate nodded her understanding to the woman. She could see their green health vials, indicating they were poisoned. But with their regeneration, their health was slowly ticking up. So slowly, it wouldn't make much difference in a fight. Their name, Ruby Imp, implied that they might have fire powers, in addition to anything they'd gained from the previous prototypes. It also told her she'd be getting Ruby Grist, which she needed to alchemize her new equipment. Destroying these enemies, empowered as they were, should also help her climb her new Esh ladder fairly quickly to unlock new abilities as the Jester of something, whatever that meant. She tossed Pokeballs, releasing Venusaur, Meowstic, Onix, Staryu, a Latios, and a Latias. "Keep them busy and collect the grist for me." She then devolved back to her Eevee form and typed on the computer. Punch cards levitated between the machines before a dowel was cut and scanned to alchemize a pair of hearings, which she quickly equipped. "Excellent work, Deviate," Maxie's voice consoled. "I am safe in the medium of our session now. You can join me soon. Though I don't think we are coming to the same planet. Mine is blue with all the gems and a couple humans. If I understand the structure of our session, I suspect you will be on either yellow or green. But you should be able to fly between worlds on your larger Pokemon."
May I
The same-
interject?
Yes.
So, as I recall from the Homestuck, the style is comic. So he didn't have to lean on like what a novel does in terms of physical descriptions,
Right.
visual descriptions, that kind of thing. Now, you're following it in a no more of a novel form than a comic.
Right.
So my question to you is, how much do you really want to stick to that format? Or do you want to, maybe not comic being your passion, but like pair up with somebody who would draw the pictures and you put it to the dialogue?
I have thought of that. And while it's something that I would love, it's also something I don't want to rely on. I want it to be able to stand up on just what I can do.
Okay. I guess just for me, I'm like, well, I know you really want to stick to the inspiration, but like if text is all you have, like, would it be bad for you to just do your own style of text? I mean, maybe not like a novel does. Maybe you could find some in between that still feels like the style of Homestuck, but like gives the reader visual description. I mean, not to say it's not interesting just as dialogue, because like I know people can read that, but it could add more. I guess I'm trying to think of like a concrete suggestion of like you could try dialogue or like description this way.
Yeah, I've been trying to do a mix of dialogues and description.
Yeah.
And I would absolutely love to add pictures.
What if you just use AI art? Would you be opposed to that?
I have mixed feelings there.
I guess for me, just follow my logic here for a moment. Like, I understand the resistance for some AI art, right? In terms of creators not getting compensated. It's trained on images that other people have done, yada, yada, and so on. But admittedly, if you're looking at your story, Thorn, you're like using all of that anyway.
Yeah, it's
So-
very derivative.
Right. And I know your intentions aren't to, necessarily pursue it in such a way that it compromises the economics of those other IPs or whatever.
Right.
So I guess in some sense though, like if you're using AR art, it to me it's kind of strikes as like, well, it kind of fits the same objective in the end, right? Like
And
you're not using it because you want to cheat some artist. You're using it because you want to give a visual to the story that happens to also be like, all these other IPs that are technically copyrighted.
yeah. And
And so I'm kind of like, well, if you're not worried about making money for it anyway, then what the hey?
yeah. And when I originally was writing this a year and a half ago, I
Mhm.
tried making some AI art for it. And
Not go over well.
it sucked.
Oh, really? Maybe you need to find a better program.
Yeah, and a lot better has come around since then. I wonder if I can find some of my early stuff for that.
I think I remember some, and it was like the hands were off, and
Well, if it were just the hands, I wouldn't be so opposed.
but some of them, the bodies were like, yeah, it was weird. I
Yeah,
think. Anyway, but enough about this topic. You can continue, but I think it might be worth re-examining, maybe.
I agree. I think that could definitely fit. Let's see if I pull this over there and I open up notes. There's thought I could open up notes on the side. Not get add-on. Ah, there it is. If it'll do it. Keep. Keep is what I was thinking of. So this was one. For Poppy.
Yeah. I can see what you mean, not being so great.
And for fall, Fall Guy.
I've seen people with programs who do better than this, and
Oh,
I think
yeah.
you just need to use those.
See, this was supposed to be Ray Van once. Wait, was it supposed to be? Yeah, once she gets empowered by Star.
Yeah.
This one I actually didn't use AI. I used a paper doll maker, basically. So that one's a lot better. It's Jenny Doctor.
Hold on a sec. Okay, Phil, it's time for cleanup. All right. Jenny Doctor. Yeah, okay. That one's pretty simple.
And then, of course, wait, why didn't that work? Where did it go? Lily, she's my gargoyle character.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, and so these ones aren't AI.
Why don't you just I don't know, you could even do different pictures of the same characters all through the story. Maybe weave it to the narrative of like the reality getting better or something. Right? Like,
I'm trying to remember who the heck this character is.
I'm sure it'll come to you eventually.
Let's see, it's listed as the Navigator, so if I look in my big document of everything, class spec, class category or title?
Hey, what was your software that you used to do the whole character at the bottom of your screen that's got all the squid arms and stuff?
Oh, I made it in VRM Studio, and then I am currently projecting it through vMagick Mirror.
vMagick Mirror, and what was the other one?
Pretty sure it was VRM Studio. Double check. Nope, Vroid Studio.
Okay, I found it. Thanks. I'm just gonna bookmark him for myself.
Yeah, and I used Vroid's hair modeling to make the tentacles, which is why their movement is attached to my head. And in
It tracks based off your camera, right?
yeah. In vMagick Mirror, I have it set to have a little bit of wind so that the tentacles can be constantly in a little bit of motion, even when I'm not moving much.
Cool. Well, anyway, we've examined art, gone on this little diversion if you want to get back to reading.
I can't remember which one was the Navigator. Because obviously, well, not so obvious. Navigator couldn't be a class title because the class titles are all single syllable. Okay, that looks like it's probably supposed to be what Ark decides to look like. Ark of the Giggling Void.
Hold on, I'm looking. Where's Ark?
She's line 36. Or
What?
do you mean the picture?
Yeah, I didn't see the picture.
This one.
Oh, so that's your name, Ark?
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be Ark. She is the... Yeah, her class spec is the Ark of Stars.
Cool.
So that might be... No, because she doesn't have a hood, so it's not her godhood. Not her god form. Because when they go god mode, they gain a hood. It's their godhood.
That's funny. Funny. Nice play on words, Thorn.
That's official. Whereas,
All right.
yeah. Okay, get rid of those. Back to, we were I think just finishing up Be the Fox. Or maybe halfway through Be the Fox. Maxie was talking. Jumped again. That. And of course it jumps again. So she just got the hearings. Excellent work, DB8. Maxie's voice consoled. I am safe in the medium of our session now. You can join me soon, though I don't think we are coming to the same planet. Mine is blue with all the gems and a couple humans. If I understand the structure of our session, I suspect you will be on either yellow or blue. But you should be able to fly between worlds on your larger Pokemon. To say there is air here would be wrong, but the medium provides for your basic survival. One of the snake-like ruby imps headbutted Venusaur before capturing him like a Pokeball and taking his form. It appears your prototyping has had an unexpected downside. Destroying the Venusaur-shaped imp should return your Pokemon to you. We should also look into alchemizing your Pokemon to more closely tie them to your class spec power. I am bringing several Pokemon with me. Alchemizing won't hurt them, will it? Hurt? No. Though alchemizing living beings is unpredictable and ethically vague. Perhaps you should alchemize your Pokeballs, trainer tech, candies, and evolution stones instead. Alchemizing and prototyping operates more on a platonic ideal, a concept of what a thing is more than on what it actually is. Thus, things you alchemize with the evolution stones should still create objects that fundamentally function like evolution stones, even though the details will change. But alchemizing the Pokemon directly could be seen as killing the original and creating a copy based on the platonic ideal of the original. If you view Pokemon as individuals rather than interchangeable game elements, then you may view this process as a murder. Deviate turned from the monitor to transform into Umbreon and shadow strike several of the snake-shaped imps and ogres, reclaiming her own Pokemon. That said, the transporters on Dick's Federation starship, in a classic sense, kills the original and assembles a nearly identical copy, complete with memories of the original. If you view the individual as their memories, then this is only a minor blip in the individual continuity through time. If you view the individual as their body and mind maintaining bodily integrity and continuity, then this process is also a form of murder. Alchemization is not as precise on memories as Dick's transporters, though, so don't try alchemizing yourself or others you view as individuals. Intriguingly, with Sharan prototyping Shatterthorn, she ended up, Maxie, could we talk about this when I'm not under attack and trying to escape my planet before everyone dies? My apologies. I do find I ramble. I am alchemizing your entry item now. We will need to stop the asteroids of the Veil to truly save your world. The invisible cursor moved the red Cruxite dowel to the alchemeter, and almost instantly upon being read, a ruby-red man in strange medieval attire formed. He waved his little scepter, wiggling the tassels on the rod's stretched-out head. The 3 tassels matched those of his own hat, to which he raised a hand and plucked one of the ringing bells. Kissing the bell, he pulled it back like an exaggerated pitcher. Oh, no. I know what it is. Why? Deviate turned back to her Eevee form. Why? I don't want to go back in the ball. Not now that I can think. Now that time means something to me. Eevee, I can't say I know what will happen, but I promise, if you do need someone to free you, we will find you. We will come for you. I will make sure someone sets you free again. I don't know what you will be capable of. I only know a jester somehow enhances others selfishly. And I don't know what your aspect is, but I do know we will need you. You are important. I don't know if I can do it. Everyone thinks I'm brave, but I'm actually really scared. I don't want to die. In my fragmented visions, I have seen you on the victory platform at the end of our session. You are the only one I have ever seen wearing the godhood robes. And the color of those robes tells me you are either life, light, or hope. I saw you from behind. Your hood was down, and it had the same tassels as this Cruxite statue. So, I'm going to die the right way? Okay. She took a deep breath. Maxie, I think I need your help. You have narrative power. You know the phrase. Prompt. Jester. Eevee, I choose you. The red jester threw the red Cruxite Pokeball. On contact with Deviate's little brown forehead, it pulled away, up through the arena's sky roof, up above the forest, until it shot down a red beam, leaving a crater where the gym had once stood. Prompt. Be the gargoyle.
Good stuff, huh?
And I'm guessing Ram already left us a while ago when we switched topics.
I think so. Shows we do still have 2 viewers, but I'm guessing that's us.
Yeah. You and
Just
me.
fine.
Da-da, da-da.
I'm fiddling with the V-Roid Studio right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a bunch of interesting presets. I haven't opened it in quite a while, so there's probably several updates.
Probably. Anyway,
Uh,
I'm just fiddling around with it.
yeah, this
But I
next,
kind of like the idea of having something like that maybe for my own stream.
yeah, it's a pretty simple, visual thing for audiences without having to be as complex as your actual face and background and
Yeah, admittedly though, like, well, that's what attracted to me to it was when I was watching my own stream of like, I'm not very expressive, and like, there's a part of me that's like, I don't really want to try to be more expressive, just to like entertain or bring people to the stream. I just don't. It's just not me.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I get animated, you know that, but like even Rob's commented sometimes. I think of like he expects more reaction sometimes on things, and then I'm kind of like, not right.
yeah.
So I guess but having something there where you feel like there's a person who's moving around and acting or reacting, I think kind of helps.
Yeah, in fact, that's a thing they've found even with something as simple as a PNG tuber.
What's a PNG tuber?
PNG tubers usually put up a still image, a PNG, that they often will connect to something like Discord voice, where every time your voice activates, so, when on Discord your voice turns, your circle turns green, every time that happens, it will detect that you're speaking and will change the PNG slightly. It'll switch from one PNG to another, usually with like an open mouth. So it's simply two states. And yet that seems to increase engagement and stuff quite a bit.
Yeah, and that sounds better than trying to like amp myself up to, like be animated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That, or also if I got a camera that was like more of a close up of my face, because like the webcam does okay, but it captures so much more of the background where it's like I don't need all that. I just need my face.
Yeah.
So if I got a camera too, I'm sure that would help. But anyway. Ooh, we have one more viewer. Woot. It's probably your mom. I'm just kidding.
One
Sorry.
reviewer?
One more viewer. Yeah, it's at 3 right now.
Oh.
I was like, it's probably your mom, but yeah. Anyway, that's more
Okay.
complex. Anyway,
Okay. Be prompt. Be the gargoyle.
be the gargoyle.
And let's see. I'll quickly bring up. No, don't select everything. Just select the one. Oh, dang it. I did not mean to put that in the document. But it's the gargoyle in question is this character. If you wanted to see a refresher of what Lily looks like.
Yeah, I saw it. Thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As the sun set over thick jungle canopy, the dappled light faded below. In a cavern, perched on the edges of an ancient Mayan pyramid, several statues looked down upon a dry moat. Single statue flexed its claw fingers, the long serpentine tail moving slowly. small stone shards flecking to the floor before she finally burst free with a mighty roar. Flexing her leather and rainbow-feathered wings, Lily rested against the stone forms of her clan, arms draped over their shoulders. "Good night, my loves." She kissed the statues delicately, each in turn as she said a short prayer invoking their names. And while those names are deeply important to her, they are of no relevance to the story. She slithered up to the stairs into the main chamber of her rookery, where her massive computer was set up to monitor what was left of her world. She glanced at each monitor and ran some of them several hours back to points flagged by the AI for her review. Nothing of real note. The scattered tribes of Homo retroensius still hadn't rediscovered fire, and their atlatl technology barely allowed them to make any ecological impact with their hunting. Even though they would be dead soon, Lily still didn't want any major development of her kids to go undocumented. She checked a message from her troll friend. Kalkan. "Yo, Lily! Got some awesome news. Maxie thinks we can save your retro-humans. We'll have to move up the entry timetable a bit. I know you're not scheduled to go in for a few more days, but Black Flag is ready when you are. I'd like to get in first, so hit me up when you wake up." Amplenymph. Is it wise to advance the timeline? Kalkan. If it was from anyone but Maxie, I'd say no. Now that she's in, she's getting access to even more info than she had to work with before. Your schedule was based on your doomsday clock, but if we get you in soon enough, we can stop the Veil. Then we can save the proto-people on your planet. Amplenymph. And what about your people? Kalkan. Nope. It's not asteroids coming for them. We can't stop their doom without getting me off planet before entry. We can't stop their doom. Yeah, off planet before entry. And it's way past too late for that. Runemaster said that the tachyon charge in my planet's primary reactor has already started to cascade. Leaving now won't stop it. I prepared a few racks of data grubs full of my neighborhood's memories, so at least I can save those. What of Poppy? Kalkan. I don't know. I hate that I had to take her memories, all her memories of her loved ones. I know she's my mate sprit, and I'd do anything for her, but she doesn't know that yet. I really don't want her to hate me. I don't think I could give her the hatred she'd deserve if we went pitch. Amplenymph. You'll have to remind me what pitch is if I'm to be your Moirail. I always confuse it with Ashen. Kalkan. Pitch is Kismessitude. That's the one where you love-hate your rival. They push us to find our flaws and be better, and the sex is pretty wild and passionate. Ashen is the mediator, the auspicious, or facilitator. The dark version of the pale Moirail. But I don't want Poppy to love-hate me. I just want her love. A nice flushed relationship. Her future made it clear she will, but it's hard waiting for her to be the person I already know. I'm trying not to push her too much. I guess sometimes knowing the future can be painful. Amplenymph. Sounds like you are handling a difficult situation well. You know I'm here for you, sister. Now let's get you into the session. I'm connecting to your client. The enemies should start spawning around you. I don't know what I expected for the look of troll architecture. Your hive block is interesting. Again, it's based on Stingbeast's nest tessellation, just a lot bigger. If you were able to see more of the planet, you'd see these everywhere, dotted through the forests. It's the most efficient design for many of us living together without killing each other on a regular basis. My hive block only had 3 murders this year, and 4 lethal duels. The psycho slime coming out of the exterior walls is great for patching up less lethal wounds, so as long as you don't quite kill them right away, they'll be fine. Amplinimp. How much will be coming with you? Okay. Only the top floor and up. That's my hive comb and my lab. I'd guess we'll also get a scaffolding for the rest going down to the ground. That's what happened for Dirk and Dave in the Augur files. Amplinimp. The Striders, right? Dirk was Cool Kid, right? Okay. No, that was Dave. Dave was the cool kid. Even had a song that by that name. He's so cool, he slashed his own naming box with a ninja sword. So cool. But it's all a facade. A facade that tailing works. You know, but right up until it doesn't. Amplinimp, I'll take your word on that. I've deployed your equipment on the roof. Imps are starting to spawn in from what I assume is the forest. Tall white trees with black and red leaves, where the red grass ends. Sharon is getting most of them to fight each other for now, but she loses more and more control of them with each kernel sprite we prototype. Some of your neighbors are pulling out weapons and fighting them as well. You weren't kidding about how violent your people can be. I thought my ancestors were violent, and they engaged in ritual slave sacrifices. Okay. Nope. But we did ban slavery and ritual sacrifice almost 100 cycles ago. We're not as barbaric as Alternian and Beforian trolls. We Afternian trolls try to keep our murderous rages to a minimum. Amplinimp. Afternian? As in the trolls that came after the ones that came before. Okay. Huh. I guess that does work that way. Maybe Troll Terry Pratch was right about the narrative force of the universe. Maybe that's what Maxie's been interacting with. Amplinimp. Trolls have a Terry Pratchett. Did he write a Discworld series? Okay. Once we're both in, I'll let you borrow my copy of the collected novels of the Oblate Plain Planet, born upon the back of a giant shell beast, containing much magic and intrigue, many betrayals, and planet-rocking intellectual and social revelations. You know what? Name goes on, but I'll stop there. Most people actually stop when you get to the first comma, and the capitalization calms down. But I already typed it, so I'm not deleting it. Amplinimp. Okay, well, you might want to go collect some of the grist your neighbors have been making. Maybe get some kills yourself for the XP. And then I should have your entry item ready. Once my server deploys my stuff, I'll make some of those hearing poppy listed. For now, I made a pair for you as well. They're waiting for you on the roof. But I could bring them down if you want. Oh, and I prototyped the bug Maxie had you set out. Was it poisoned or something? The Leaf Imp's health vials aren't going back up like they had been. Kalkan. Toss down the hearings once I'm out there. My current headset is wired. And yes, the poison counteracts the regeneration that Thugzul's Slither Critter companion gave them. Lily watched as Kalkan materialized something she could only describe as a military-grade weed whacker from her Strife Specibus. Descending to the strife on the grounds below, the multiple motorized whips slashed their serrated chains through the remaining snake-like leaf imps. As each snake's health vials emptied, their green metal scales burst into shrapnel that went all but ignored by the horde of bloodthirsty, gray-skinned, yellow and orange-horned trolls. Their own blood, of many colors, spilled upon the red grass from both the imp attacks and the wild flailing of other trolls wielding impractical but cool-looking weapons in close range to each other. Lily couldn't recall what Kalkan had said about the social significance of the various blood colors, but she did remember that Kalkan's violet blood, definitely not purple, marked her as an eccentric, a loyal friend, and prone to rage if belittled. But her information was coming from a biased source. Once she had more build grist, Lily built some stairs for Kalkan to get to her roof quicker, then found and installed the grist torrent. Hey Lily, are leaves on your planet green or something? It's paling weird seeing something green labeled as leaf imp. Green is such an inefficient color for photosynthesis. Yes, most planets I know of are green. As for photosynthesis, if they were black on our world, the plants would overheat and die. They would take in too much light without getting any break to cool off. It appears your star and sky collude to provide you more light that red leaves can absorb, and without an overheating pressure to select against it, some are black to eke out just a bit more energy. Everything in life is about finding proper balance. Kalkan finished whipping at the green gusher-shaped chunks of leaf grist before running over the corpses of a few neighbors and climbing the stairs. She got up to the roof just as Lily finished placing a gray Cruxite totem on the small platform of the silvery alchemitor. Reading it with a red laser, the alchemitor created a gray Cruxite statue of a tall troll wearing a stylized vest and a holster with a DL-44 heavy blaster pistol. Really? Troll Harrison Ford. This is his character from Conflict Between Burning Balls of Nuclear Fire. Singular Hand, I think. Han Solo from Star Wars? Sure, whatever. My people's name for it is better. But, right, the line. Super famous. Got it! Kalkan pulled a strange-looking gun with wires and pulleys coming off at strange angles. Oh, strange twice there. Whoops. Like an impossible mix of modern and medieval tech from her bow-type specibus. Aiming the crossbow pistol at the statue, she proudly declared, "McClunky!" before firing, and narrowly missing the statue's head as it moved unnaturally out of the way. It then shot her. Prompt.
Bum bum bum.
Do you happen to remember what that's referencing?
I don't know that I do.
Han Solo and shooting him, but his head moving unnaturally out of the way.
No, it's not ringing a bell.
So that is in the newer versions of Episode 4. Basically, ever since it received the title A New Hope. George Lucas edited the scene where he's with Greedo the Rhodian in the bar.
Oh yeah, and his head like slides down and it looks weird.
Yeah. And Greedo says McClunky, which basically translates as like this is your end, or
Oh yeah.
um, where is it? It's Hut Ease. This will be the end of you. Is the official translation, I guess. Or sorry, a line transcribed by fans as McClunky or McClunky. This will be the end of you, before shooting at hand. The line may be a threat spoken in Huttese, as it is used that way by Salboba in The Phantom Menace. Although I think when Salboba says it, he uses a different conjugation.
Okay.
Yeah. I really like that I've been adding these links to where the reference is. So, yeah. She shoots at him. His head moves aside, just like when Greedo shot. And he shoots her. And that's her entry to the medium. Prompt. Jeffrey, return. Oh, this particular section I know needs a lot of fixing. Because I decided to rewrite some of the timeline, and this hasn't been adjusted to fit that yet.
Okay.
Wondering if I should read it as is anyway, or
It's up to you. You're the author.
yeah, let's see if there's any advice you have, given what I have and what needs to change.
So just as a quick question, does it require context of the original section that you just read to understand it?
Of the section I just read?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Should be good. Because yeah, I was kind of in and out for that section. I had to use the
Understandable. Prompt. Jeffrey, return. A Pakistani American man sat alone in a black void, meditating in lotus position. While he started off naked, as he opened his arms, a light gathered around him and formed into a kurta pajama with a nice jacket, all themed in reds and blues with white highlights. Lastly, the insignia of the Federal Super Support formed on the left chest panel. He hated working for such a secretive organization, but at least for now he trusted his superiors. The summoner will be right out, Mr. President. His secretary's voice spoke from the next room. The void faded to light as he opened his eyes and saw Barack Obama taking a seat on a cushion across from his meditation rug. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. President. I have made progress in my investigation. Something's up with the color. I don't think that's the color that's supposed to be. Anyway, okay. Quite all right, young man. Colonel Conundrum doesn't have the full picture, and neither do you. Though I think you've just gotten a much bigger look. In a way, you are the only one who can save us. My apologies, sir, but I am not confident in that. My contacts inform me there is another, and even my power will not be able to get her to help. The source of the thread is in another world. I'm going to have to cut you off there. He turned slightly to get the attention of his Secret Service personnel. Gentlemen, I need a moment in private with the summoner. One started to protest, but Obama tilted his head in a way that suggested they were being overly protective again. This is a secure bunker, and he is one of our most trusted national secrets. I'll be fine, Paul. Reluctantly, they withdrew, allowing Obama to continue his conversation. You don't need to convince her. Or me. She isn't going to be your challenge through this. Chakat was giving you a warning meant for your previous time loops. That was before I decided to intervene to help your game session. How do you know about the game? Mr. Obama leaned in. Throughout the multiverses, there have been many sessions. In one of those, I was a player, much like you, Mr. Siege of Peace. In that session, I was a Hope player, and we won. After we won, I reached out to contact all of myself in every reality. Most I learned from and left to their paths. But sometimes, I find it prudent to intervene. And brother, do you need an intervention. Across all the realities I exist in, I've never seen a session as messed up as yours. Jeffrey took a deep breath to contemplate this. And my dream self. A projection of your body when you were a child, when you were at your greatest peace. That's about all this version of me knows on that. But if you'd like to summon my totem of peace for more, I think I'd like to meet myself. Jeffrey blinked and stayed his hand. Part of him really wanted to, but his training kicked in. Sir, I was instructed to only use my power on superior officers in a dire emergency, to save their lives. You are my commander-in-chief, my most senior officer. If you order it, I will. Otherwise, my standing orders prohibit it. Barack Obama smiled and nodded. I'm a Hope player, Jeffrey. And ironically, that is the opposite of law in many ways. So, I'm not going to order you here. As a player in this world, you sort of outrank me. You are a prince, or sing, on your moon with your own nation of Carapacians. You are a siege, which is translated as seat or throne, much like the Pope's Holy See. So, I'll treat you not as my subordinate superhero, but as a fellow head of state. He paused, stroked his bare chin, then continued. And in truth, if you don't figure out how to fix your session, then this version of me dies with the rest of Earth when we all portal into the session. Since we aren't players, if we go through that portal, we all become doomed. And that quickly attracts a gruesome end. Very well, sir. You, more than most, know the risks of my power, and you consent. Jeffrey stretched forth his hand and laid it upon Obama's shoulder. The president's features shifted slightly, his skin tone lightening just a touch, his jawline taking a sharper angle. Soon, Jeffrey opened his eyes to see an almost perfect reflection of himself sitting on the president's cushion. Welcome, Totem of Peace. What is your name? I am Jeffrey Hussein Obama Singh. The man looked around, getting his bearings. Thank you for summoning me. The Obama from your world is preparing things for you with other versions of myself. Lessons that you and your readers are not yet ready to know. As for you, I have a limo ready to take you to the Ghost Recon Tower. That is the headquarters of a secret, privately operated super hit squad. Their team lead is a player. You must inform her that this is her last bounce. She will understand. You will be her questant, going through the game's story quests, fighting through dungeons, learning your abilities. Despite her immense power, she will never join you in battle on your shared land. Her duties lie elsewhere. I was under the impression that every player would have their own land. You have your own nation on your moon, a feature unique to the Blue Moon. But the land you were going to spawn in comes with a piece-specific feature called the Prism of Unity, which helps unify the players. With your team composition, it would implode your powers and destroy you all the moment it is turned on. There are several ways it can, and eventually will, be activated if it exists. So instead, you will enter with Retrospector on her land. Several others have dangerous land features, and will be entering without them for similar reasons. And that's as far as I wrote their interaction. I know it needs to continue. And then I originally had that after he talks with Obama and in that version, Obama wasn't interacting as a player. He was just regular president. So everything I've written in this chapter after that is based on the previous timeline where Obama didn't intercede. I'm not quite sure how all of this needs to be changed to fit that. I just know it does need to. The limo drove the summoner to a giant skyscraper. He walked up to the reception desk, where a nice lady welcomed him in and sent him to the executive elevator. When he questioned the lack of security check-in, she assured him that their little princess wouldn't let anyone in who wasn't supposed to. And she'd been told that what he looked like, and exactly when he'd walk through the door. At the top of the tower, Jeffrey emerged from the elevator to find several silvery machines lined up on the rooftop. Another suddenly popped into existence, attached to the latest machine, which he somehow knew was called the Alchemitor. Onto the new machine, the jumper block extension, popped into place several brownish-red boxes he knew to be punch card shunts. Then a pair of earbuds floated over to him. He grabbed the buds from the air and placed them in his ears. Hello? Hello! You must be the other hero. Jeffrey? Retro told us you'd be joining her entry. We're Dabby, or Dee Dee. We'll be helping you two get into the session. And where is Retro now? She is ensuring her squad will not interfere. Like you, she works with other supers. Did you tell your commander you won't be back? No. Colonel Conundrum will tell the president after the portal closes. He'd just risk people trying to rescue me, and that won't work. Even if it would, I don't trust any of the upcoming presidential candidates to be able to use my power ethically. I'd rather remove my abilities from their arsenal. What the? Okay. Excellent. The young girl came up the staircase and started to reach out to various machines. As they vanished, she turned them into capture cards and slotted them into the punch card shunts on the jumper block extension. With each one, the alchemitor changed shape to take on aspects of the depicted machines. Finally, another jumper block appeared, which she turned into a card and added, converting the bulky extension into a small panel on the side of the all-in-one alchemization station. I've tried a lot of combinations. This one works out best. I've written a memo to guide others in building and using it. Now, I know a lot of this will come across as computer game type stuff, but that's all just an abstraction for us to better handle the tasks ahead of us. This will be easier if you explains it to you. Yes, you have my consent for you to use your power. From my perspective, I've been through this 58 times already. As he touched her shoulder, her hair shortened, her nose lengthened, skin lightened to match his olive tones. A face that looked like himself as a child if he'd been a girl looked up at him. Welcome, Totem of Peace. What is your name? Greetings, Summoner. I am still called Retrospector. You are now to be known as the Siege of Peace. Before you enter into the session, you should read Maxie's memo. You can trust the Retrospector of this world as she is, but know that once she enters the session, she will lose her most potent power. She will be somewhat lost without the fundamental gift she has used her entire long life. She is also losing everyone she knows as friends and family. We, her other selves, will be able to help her in these times. Send her to us. Thank you, Siege of Peace. She nodded, and he snapped his fingers. Her features quickly shifted away from his own and back to the dark brown girl he'd first met. Okay, I guess I need a computer. And what is a Siege of Peace? It's her claspect. Computer, over there. Read the memo. I never learn what Siege or Peace do. But I know you will have limited healing abilities, and some documents say it's basically a reskin of Heart. So I'll be blunt. Every Heart player I've read about was a messed up asshole. Here's hoping you can handle it better. As Jeffrey read, Retro and the invisible cursor of Dabby worked together, crafting several items in the new station. He barely noticed as a bluish ring wraith appeared and offered Retro a ring from its own skeletal finger before vanishing. Wait, if that's your entry item, don't we have to wait for Maxie? And what about my item? We are in the future from her perspective. She's been in for quite a while. As has Lily, even though Lily's from this world's distant future. If we actually went to Lily's home right now, she'd still be stuck as stone. But she'll wake up in a few thousand years, enter the game, and then we'll be meeting her soon. You know, assuming we don't fuck up. We have to send her home to the past, send her computer to the present, and send some babies to the future and the past. Then we can close the portal. I'll handle that part, so don't worry. As for you, you aren't getting an item. Remember what Maxie said about inevitable power creep by prototyping tons of kernel sprites? By having you enter with me, we are reducing the number of kernel sprites we need to prototype. Upside? Less power for the enemies and more time you can focus on helping other players. Downside, you won't have a quest to help you learn your new powers. Now, in we go. Putting on the one ring, the roof and everything else above the top floor vanished. So, yeah, various things that are in what she said are addressed by Obama earlier. so I don't need them. Um,
Welcome in, Greg Griffin.
Hey, it's me, Greg Griffin.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How goes the Griffin?
Griffin goes well. How goes the Thorn?
Thorn is having fun reading a story.
Nice.
So, what's your question about the scene again, Thorn?
I don't know. Somehow I'm stuck in how to rewrite it to fit. Well, for one, what I need to continue in the section with Obama, and how much of the section with Spectre, Retrospectre, I need to fix because of this new timeline. And this is probably a section that's going to take a fair bit of mental gymnastics to work through fixing.
Have you considered adding like 3 to 14 sperm whales?
You know, I did, but they just take up so much space.
Both narratively and physically. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
So at what point did you hop in?
The point at which they were getting ready to enter. I feel like is that's a rewrite of an old scene, yeah?
Yes.
Or did he
and then
destroy
yes
the
again?
I was gonna say, because that's one I've heard vaguely, or at least I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with what was being said.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you read that, or I read that to you like kind of 2 versions ago.
Hmm.
And now I'm trying to rewrite it because basically this version was a previous timeline. And Obama decided to step in.
Like the President Barack Obama?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll go back and read that bit for you.
My fellow Spur players. We got him. President Obama.
So, and it's canon, by the way.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Obama being a Hope player is canon.
Yeah. I know that part. I remember that part of Homestuck.
So, prompt, Jeffrey return. A Pakistani American man sat alone in a black void, meditating in lotus position. While he started off naked, as he opened his arms, a light gathered around him and formed into a kurta pajama with a nice jacket, all themed in reds and blues with white highlights. Lastly, the insignia of the Federal Super Support formed on the left chest panel. He hated working for such a secretive organization, but at least for now he trusted his superiors. The summoner will be right with you, Mr. President. His secretary's voice spoke from the next room. As she opened the door to the chamber. The void faded to light as he opened his eyes and saw Barack Obama taking a seat on a cushion across from his meditation rug. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. President. I have made progress in my investigation. Quite all right, young man. Colonel Conundrum doesn't have the full picture, and neither do you. Oh, I think you've just gotten a much bigger look. In a way, you are the only one who can save us. My apologies, sir, but I'm not confident in that. My contacts inform me there is another, and even my power will not be able to get her to help. The source of the threat is in another world. I'm going to have to cut you off there. He turned slightly to get the attention of his Secret Service personnel. Gentlemen, I need a moment in private with the summoner. One started to protest, but Obama tilted his head in a way that suggested they were being overly protective again. This is a secure bunker, and he is one of our most trusted national secrets. I'll be fine, Paul. Reluctantly, they withdrew, allowing Obama to continue his conversation. You don't need to convince her, or me. She isn't going to be your challenge through this. Chakat was giving you a warning meant for your previous time loops. That was before I decided to intervene to help your game session. How do you know about the game? Mr. Obama leaned in. Throughout the multiverses, there have been many sessions. In one of those, I was a player, much like you, Mr. Siege of Peace. In that session, I was a Hope player, and we won. After we won, I reached out to contact all of myself in every reality. Most I learned from and left to their paths. But sometimes I find it prudent to intervene. And brother, do you need an intervention? Across all the realities I exist in, I've never seen a session as messed up as yours.
That's inspiring. Thanks, Mr. Change. Yeah, I feel like changing now. Shut up.
Yeah, that inspires hope, doesn't it?
Is that what you said when you militarized the police force, Obama? You dumb fuck. How about when you bombed those American citizens in fucking Afghanistan?
Hey, all of that didn't happen in this reality.
Oh, okay. In which case, all right. So, okay, all right, okay. We're good. Go ahead. Fair enough. I'm back on the Obama train. All right, this is a different Obama.
Yep. Yeah, in this reality, he sent supers to fight the Iraqi supers.
All right, fair enough.
And one of them, nicknamed Darude, decided to become a massive sandstorm to engulf everybody.
Darude became a sandstorm.
We don't know what his actual name is. We just know he becomes a sandstorm, so we called him Darude.
Of course you did.
And
of course you did that.
That's not something I did. That's actually something that the author of Girl Power comic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Because this section is taking place in that universe. Or
right.
an AU of it.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Jeffrey took a deep breath to contemplate this. And my dream self, a projection of your body when you were a child, when you were at your greatest peace. That's about all this version of me knows on that, but if you'd like to summon my totem of peace for more, I think I'd like to meet myself. Jeffrey blinked and stayed his hand. Part of him really wanted to, but his training kicked in. Sir, I was instructed to only use my power on superior officers in a dire emergency, to save their lives. You are my commander-in-chief, my most senior officer. If you order it, I will. Otherwise, my standing orders prohibit it. Barack Obama smiled and nodded. I'm a hope player, Jeffrey, and ironically, that is the opposite of law in many ways. So, I'm not going to order you here. As a player in this world, you sort of outrank me. You are a prince, or Sing, on your moon with your own nation of Carapacians. You are a siege, which is translated as seat or throne, much like the Pope's Holy See. So, I'll treat you not as my subordinate superhero, but as a fellow head of state. He paused, stroked his bare chin, then continued, and in truth, if you don't figure out how to fix your session, then this version of me dies with the rest of Earth when we all portal into the session. As we aren't players, if we go through that portal, we all become doomed. And that quickly attracts a gruesome end. Very well, sir. You more than most know the risks of my power, and you consent. Jeffrey stretched forth his hand and laid it upon Obama's shoulder. The president's features shifted slightly, his skin tone lightening just a touch, his jawline taking a sharper angle. Soon, Jeffrey opened his eyes to see an almost perfect reflection of himself sitting on the president's cushion. Welcome, Totem of Peace. What is your name? I am Jeffrey Hussein Obama Singh. The man looked around, getting his bearings. Thank you for summoning me. The Obama from your world is preparing things for you with other versions of myself. Lessons that you and your readers are not yet ready to know. As for you, I have a limo ready to take you to the Ghost Recon Tower. That is the headquarters of a secret, privately operated super hit squad. Their team lead is a player. You must inform her that this is her last bounce. She will understand. You will be her questant, going through the game's story quests, fighting through dungeons, learning your abilities. Despite her immense power, she will never join you in battle on your shared land. Her duties lie elsewhere. I was under the impression every player would have their own land. You have your own nation on your moon, a feature unique to the Blue Moon. But the land you were going to spawn in comes with a piece-specific feature called the Prism of Unity, which helps unify the players. With your team composition, it would implode your powers and destroy you all the moment it is turned on. There are several ways it can, and eventually will, be activated if it exists. So instead, you will enter with Retrospector on her land. Several others have dangerous land features, and will be entering without them for similar reasons. And that's as far as I've written on their conversation. So I need to figure out where to continue that, when to cut it off, and how to edit the stuff with Retro and Dee.
Does Obama come back at any point?
Indirectly, yes. But he doesn't show up in person. Instead, we get various videos and messages sent from him.
In which case, cut down his part as much as you can afford to. Because you've already, and I know it's part of the creative just chaos of this particular story. You've just got way too many characters, and that's part of the gimmick. So anything you can do to cut down on the screen time, let's just be real. It's Obama. Anybody who's reading is going to be tripping the second Obama shows up. Keep his inclusion short, sweet, and to the point. Just yeah, it's President Obama. It's what? Yeah, okay. It's just, don't worry about it. It's Obama, okay? Stop asking questions.
I can definitely move the part of describing why they're coming in without his land. I can move that to Retro.
I think that's a good idea. The like just let him be a fascinating, like, this is a cool set piece character. And like that's as much as you can get away with narratively, just letting that be a thing. Because it's cool enough that he's here. And if he's taking up space that would otherwise be filled by a character that is, let's be honest, already struggling for screen time among the other all of the characters.
Yeah, I like if you can see my stream right now, I've got up the spreadsheet of all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I feel like Obama as a side character just needs to be kept as a side character. So the less you have to deal with Obama, I think the better off you'll be. I like that he's here though. I don't want you to take him away. It's very memey and just like, what the hell is happening? I'm Obama. What? I'm a hope player. I already won. I'm basically a demigod. Okay. All right. Sure.
Yeah, I'm a demigod and I've decided to intervene in your session because you need the help.
Because you need the help. Your session is a total mess. Okay. All right. Sure. Why not? This is not the weirdest thing that's happened to me today, but man, it's got to be close. like it's up there for sure. Top 3 at least.
Not to mention, Obama's coming in here saying, "Oh yeah, that other weird shit that just happened to you while you were meditating. Yeah, some of it was right, some of it's wrong. Here's the correction."
Here's the correction. Thanks, Obama. I appreciate you, bro. Bro Obama, if you will.
Obama. Yeah, it's part of his cameo. He's just sitting there in the background going, Obama, Obama, Obama.
But,
This cameo is any more obvious.
Like I like the information. I like the way it's shared. I like that Obama's here. Just the more attention you can give to the characters that need it, the better it will be for the long run of the narrative.
Yeah. So, yeah, shifting some of this to DD Inspector instead.
Yeah. That's my recommendation, at least.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing for me to work on.
Hey, baby.
And I don't need to repeat the demonstration of his power with Retro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hussein Obama sings. Do you remember what Jeffrey's power is?
I'm gonna be real. No, not even a little bit.
Okay. He's able to touch someone, shunt them off into the multiverse to meet other versions of themselves, while bringing a version of that person who is also him.
Hmm.
So in some universe, him and that person are the same person. And that's the version he's bringing forward.
So Jeffrey is bringing out. Oh, so Jeffrey is who did Jeffrey shunt?
So Jeffrey put his hand on Barack Obama's shoulder, sending Barack Obama to be with the other Obamas from across the multiverse, while bringing forward Jeffrey Hussein Obama sings.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
So, yeah, in the old version, I also had him do that with Retrospector. And when he summons the version of her that is him, yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm still called Retrospector.
My name is the same. He just has that name, which I didn't think was weird until I met you guys and found out in other worlds he's just Jeffrey.
Oh, she, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Natural.
Jeffrey's a girl?
No. The version, when he touched Retrospector, he brought forward a version that was a mix of both of them, and it looks basically
okay.
like what he would look like if he were a young girl.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Since she's
I mean, as much sense as anything, I guess.
she's a perpetually young girl.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Retrospector.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with Retrospector, actually. You've read me the individual story or stories about Retrospector.
Yeah.
Time travel.
Yep.
Weaponized Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I never got quite to that point, but I remember discussing it with you. The plan to have Montana's Mighty Mouse travel with her through time over and over to correct things. When she finds out that her president is a bad guy.
He's bad guy.
That he's planning on killing the entire team.
No, he's bad guy, but not bad guy. Do you remember that
Yep.
line? Anyway, sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah.
He's bad guy. He's not bad guy. Zangief.
But that's the problem. He's both.
He's both of those things.
He's both of those things that are the same thing. Yeah. Oh. Dick, red alert. A tennis ball bounced downstairs in a narrow corridor. It landed among several other balls of different sizes. At the top, Dick held a volleyball ready to drop. Letting go, the ball bounced around on the steps, hitting the overhang above the stairs and back repeatedly, before suddenly freezing in the air. The lighting of the stairwell turned a pulsing red as the holodeck simulation vanished from around him. Dick looked at the wrist monitor he wore for communicating with the exocomps. The captain had practically merged with the ship's computer and taken on the name Nova Sung. She texted Dick to report to engineering rather than the briefing room, which was his standard battle station. While many of the exocomps had been fitted with speakers and microphones, he preferred text when communicating with most people. He felt more expressive in text, and the exocomps saw no difference. Once he arrived, the chief engineer hovered up to the main display table. His painted chassis matched the colors of a Starfleet technician tactical support officer's uniform, to which Dick texted his approval of the design change. They had been running near continuous diagnostics, as per Maxie's warning, and identified an instability in the dilithium crystal chamber. Standard practice for this minor problem would be to schedule an early repair session at a starport, get it tuned up within the next few weeks. But this had clearly not been present for 412 previous scans that week, and suddenly looked like a 2-month-old instability. Dick agreed that this looked like the sign they'd been waiting for. He installed his client disk. Almost immediately, several silvery box machines appeared in the less cramped areas of engineering. Dick explained that that was Paratech, a modified version of Skyatech. It was like magic, but not, because magic is fake. Sort of. A random box of tools flew up to the top of the Crextruder, but it wasn't heavy enough to pop it open. Dick typed to the exocomps, asking if they had anything suitable for slamming on the Crextruder's lid. 7 of the metal eggs floated up, replicated a tool at their tip, and channeled a beam of repeated pulses. It pushed them up to the roof, but they kept going. Finally, the lid sank slightly, and the beams shut off. Once they did, the lid popped off with force. Dick opened a box of pips he'd requested. These were Starfleet Civilian Observer pips. As a blinking orb of chaos and screams spawned from the Crextruder, he tossed a pip at it. The orb transformed into a black disk with yellow lines forming the Starfleet insignia. One problem down. If those around him had been organic, he'd have been tempted to remind them not to let anything touch the disk. But he was confident that every exocomp knew their role in this stage of the mission well enough not to worry about that. Instead, he opened the Friends app to chat with his server. Prompt: Star, answer client. Infolog. Reluctant Recluse began informing Star. Is everything working? All equipment deployed. Entry card. Alchemizing. This item is illegal. In what way? The entry item is a cloaking device. This is a violation of the Kittimer Accords. I see you are the Duke of Law, but what is law? Laws are the restrictions society submits to keep order. In what way does this law keep order? It is a condition of maintaining peace between the Federation, the Klingon Empire, and the Romulan Empire. Would your use of the device break the peace? Who enforces the law? What are the bounds of its applicability? The restriction is enforced on Federation citizens by the United Federation of Planets. For their part, the Covenant is enforced by the diplomats of both empires. This minor infraction is unlikely to be detected given our distance from the neutral zones. If it was, neither empire is likely to go to war, but they would use the infraction as leverage to gain other concessions from the Federation. I was an officer in the old empire of my people. I understand the feeling of obligation to obey the law, but there are times the law must be ignored or bent. Remember that laws are not concrete self-imposing monoliths. Laws are enforced by individuals. You will soon be leaving the Federation behind forever. I refuse to violate the law, and my crew would refuse as well. But you have reminded me, I have a unique authority over this vessel. Close Infolog. Placing his hand on the main terminal, displaying the whole ship, Dick declared and recorded, "By authority of the Admiralty Board of Starbase 6, I, Dick Buchanan, do hereby annex the Federation science vessel, designated SS Sung, as property of the Buchanan Duchy. No longer bound by the treaties, protections, and requirements of Federation law, this vessel, now the Nova Sung, and its occupants are under my protection and authority. Engineer Holzer, equip this cloaking device."
Hey, I know that guy.
Hell yeah.
Who?
Engineer Hoser.
Oh, no, Not Hoser, Holzer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. I'm leaving.
You really want me to make Rob a character in here who is just an exocomp engineer?
No, not really. I was just trying to cause problems on purpose.
I'm already planning on him having a cameo much later
Nice.
when Poppy does one of her big moves. She will end up summoning Gorbor,
Hell yeah.
and he's going to be rolling around on a giant keg wielding twin axes.
Hell yeah. Rad.
As he hit send on his message to the Federation, he didn't notice the ring of overinflated plus signs spiraling down his arm, across the console, and then through the walls. If he'd looked outside, he would see the chain spiraling around the ship's shields. To some, it would look like twin spirals of flowers. Reopen info log. Reluctant Recluse. We are preparing my entry item now. I have transmitted my annexation of this ship to the Admiralty Board. The Nova Sung will soon vanish from this universe and appear in the medium. I am concerned for the safety of my companions. That was a very powerful promise you just created. It should be enough to protect your ship's occupants. But you must now prepare for battle. The imps are coming. Reluctant Recluse. A promise? That is your first use of the law, Aspect. Since it fit your class and Aspect perfectly, its efficiency was quite high. That can reflect in a low cost, an increased effect, and/or reduced cooldown. In this case, it allowed you to create a very strong promise with a relatively low pluck cost. Since you did so without expectation, it is likely that your whisperings, known as the word, aided in creating this promise from your declaration. If you have not learned to cast promise yet, you will learn to from one of your land's first dungeons. Look at your abilities. You may need to squint to see them, or listen to the word, and they will tell you. Recluse. I do see promise listed. My pluck meter is nearly empty. Star. Then you need to rest, in a comfortable human bed. Make sure to abscond from any imps you encounter. Correction. Deploying human bed. You must sleep immediately. Reclose info log.
You say it like that, it's like the bed, like just like deploying human bed, and it's like fires with the force of a torpedo. You know, like it just pops up in the room, just knocks you in the forehead. You're like, gotta fix that.
A high-quality four-poster bed with blackout curtains suddenly appeared in a corner of engineering.
I mean, at least you're sleeping with class, you know?
At least that.
Yep,
Yeah.
high quality.
This is hand-carved mahogany.
Mahogany. As red light spun up, Dick read the notice on his display. Hostile entities were attacking across the ship. The exocomps in affected areas had materialized phaser emitters to defend themselves, but the hostiles were often too fast. Dick could feel his health vial draining, each hit to an exocomp taking some of his health gel and pluck to prevent the damage to the exocomps themselves. As Dick stumbled toward the bed, taking one minor hit after another, he could hear the word simultaneously warning, chastising, and praising him for his use of the promise of protection. So long as he could survive it, his promise would make it far easier for his crew to defend themselves. He lay down, pulled the curtains shut, and texted to Holzer to activate the cloak as soon as it was installed. As he slept, his health and pluck fluctuating up and down, Dick missed the bright black and yellow flash of his ship vanishing from the universe. Prompt. Kitty, attempt escape. uh,
Nice job, Thorn.
yeah. I like that one. Dick is one that I've written the furthest into.
Yes?
By chance, did you loan out
That's right.
all round pan for each?
Yeah. Act 2, Act 1, crashes in the medium. Prompt be future Dick. Yeah, so this picks up immediately after what just happened, even though there's a lot of writing between it. I just want to read it because I love this.
Hell yeah.
Prompt be future Dick. Now that you have gotten Dick into the medium, you can be a Dick in the medium. Still not the Dick who will have a conversation with Jenny. That comes later. For now, Dick woke up feeling a little sore, but otherwise well rested. His pluck meter hovering near full. Opening the blackout curtains, he remembered that he had fallen asleep in engineering during a second red alert. Though thinking about it, the first red alert didn't really seem necessary. Though if he'd been in hydroponics or otherwise wouldn't be wearing his wrist display, they'd have needed to get his attention more forcefully, so maybe red alert was the right call. Or perhaps a yellow alert would have done. He'd have to consider new policies now that they weren't part of the Federation. He checked his wrist display and found a long list of notifications, some from his player friends, but mostly from his crew. In his sleep, the cloak had been activated, the shields had collapsed, and teams of exopenguins had been sent out to confirm the ship's hull integrity. Reports on that front were mixed. But why would they be sending out the water-modified chassis? Dick walked down a corridor to look out a window. Several fish swam by, and a bright yellow turtle waved and winked to him before chomping one of the fish. Dick returned to the bed and closed the curtains. Prompt. Dick, answer server. Star. Dick, get up. The game has glitched. You are in danger. You and your crew must leave the ship. Recluse. Elaborate. Star. The game cast havoc to be wrought on Hive's server player. Hive's server is Claire. Recluse. Claire's missed glitch redirected it to me. What does havoc to be wrought do? Star. It delays enemy spawn timers. This has been good for you. Gave you time to sleep. But the invasion script is still running. Your ship will soon be filled with underlings. You are not meant to fight. Go through the spirograph gate above your ship. Your ship is crashed, inoperable. Complete terraforming quests to free ship. Recluse. And my crew? Star. Take those you can. Shut down any who remain. Underlings will not target disabled inorganics for destruction. Use vehicle in aft bay. Requires minor repairs. Prepare for underwater questing. Home invasion script will run for 5 days. Then you can return. Dick texted his crew to repair and prepare the shuttle. He had most of them stow themselves in crew quarters and deactivate. Once he arrived at the shuttle and saw the supplies and crew floating into the back chamber, he took a moment to look back. Texting to Nova Sung herself, he ordered her to shut down the entire ship once they left. He then promised to return. Feeling a small rush of conviction and hearing the word, he looked down to his fingers to see a chain of plus symbols forming a promise ring. He realized that his words were binding, whether spoken, written, or just thought with conviction. But they were also empowering. That realization gave him the last of the XP he needed to finish the first rung of his Esh ladder. He felt another little rush as he gained 5 man grit and a couple of boon coins. It granted him the title of Little Scribblenaught. This was more nonsense he didn't really want to think about, so he captulogged an extra crate of supplies and placed it into his wallet fetch modus, then placed the little brown leather wallet into his Raphael-themed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fanny pack. Since the computer had been damaged in the initial attack, one of the Exos had chosen to become the shuttle computer. He took the shuttle's name as his own. Accepting this, Dick ordered Cousteau to fly out of the shuttle bay and shut the door behind them, so that once the Atmos shield dropped, the bay wouldn't be flooded. It might have just been the mix of buffs he was receiving, but Dick felt good about what they were doing. As he ascended to the first of 7 spirographs above his ship, he looked down through the window. Even the bent sight of his slightly mangled ship on the ocean floor, encircled by plus-sign chains, didn't cause him to worry. He looked out as far as the thick water and seaweed would let him see. Cousteau was being orbited by a small flock of exopenguins and a spiral of fish. The coral reef looked rather dull, all whites and grays, and all around were strange pillars and spikes of crystal that refracted the light from above to better illuminate the multi-tiered floor. Above it all, big white letters hovered in what would have been the sky, declaring it all the land of macroalgae and diamonds. Pulling up scans from Cousteau, Nova, and the other Exos, he saw that his ship had crashed onto a small plateau. Below was a vast network of canyons that appeared to rely upon the light channeled by the fiberglass diamond pillars and spikes. Fascinating. Upon contact with the spirograph, it blinked, and Cousteau buried his nose into sand. The exopenguins appeared next to the shuttle and settled down on the sand to get their bearings. A signal arrived from Nova that several dozen enemies had spawned
Getting
across
on
all 8 decks,
case.
her hull, and even more surrounding the ship. As ordered, she was shutting down to prevent damage. Not far from his second crash of the day, Dick saw what he could only figure was a small village built up the side of the canyon. Yellow turtles swam all around happily. That would be his first destination. And that's the farthest part I've actually written.
I like it.
Well done, Thorn.
Oh, right. I forgot I was writing this. The Esperb Gate Guide. I have another character who is technically outside of the Esprior story, but who is going to be referenced.
Ooh.
she's a replayer. So she keeps repeating Verb.
Okay. Yeah.
And so, yeah, she's part of the replay community. And the game guides that the replay community creates are part of what I keep referring to as the Augur files.
Gotcha.
And her name is, well, her username was Cyclic Portalization.
Okay.
And so she writes a guide for how the gates work, because that was one thing in the thing that basically started the Replay AU as a thing.
Yeah.
Was it's God's Gifts to Grinds, Esperb, was it Esperb Facts? Esperb Glitch Facts by God's Gifts to Grinds. Yeah, that was the start of the Replay AU. And in that, he never describes how the portals, how the gates actually work. Where is that? Esperb Gates 05C. Find 05C. Yeah, he gives a little bit of information. Answers a couple questions, and most of it is like, when this is broken, this can happen. You know, like, let's see, question. So how about we go back to the fact that I took my first gate and I'm in the middle of nowhere. There's no gate to go back to my house. This is a bug, right? And then he explains that part. What about the other gates that were above my house? You know, explains that's convoluted business and little bit about that. Is there any map to this gate system? I heartily recommend reading Cyclic Portalization's Gate Guide, the Gate Facts. It will cover the basic layout of the 7 gates. It will also cover the mechanics of world walking, backdooring, double gating, triple gating, and window breaking. However, I personally would not advocate the last two unless a player really knows what he's doing. I believe that in general, triple gating isn't worth the trouble, and window breaking is just plain nuts. So, I decided I can be Cyclic Portalization.
Hell yeah.
I will write the gate facts.
I will write them. I will carry the ring to Mordor.
See, question. I found a gate that is all crazy and flickering. Critical threat. This is a broken gate. They have a 0.8% chance of spawning on your land. These gates can murderize you. To be more exact, they randomly teleport you somewhere in the Inciposphere. You are likely to end up in the middle of medium space. Worse, you may end up teleported inside a solid. This kind of kills you. Needless to say, do not take these gates. Interestingly, these gates are so glitched that they aren't indestructible like other gates. If you find any broken gate on your land, you are well advised to destroy it immediately with a ranged kind Stratus. Note, working gates are normally indestructible, but can still be destroyed by the interference of a corrupted player, like pretty much anything in Esperb. Question: what about the last of the 7th gate? Can I take it and skip to a really cool area at the end of the game? Critical threat. Don't take it unless you want to die. This has to do with the denizen. It will be covered in the next section. Yeah, I was writing my own gate guide since he didn't go over it and said, read the gate guide.
Since he didn't do it. Took it
And
into your own hands.
other people have already been taking up the mantle of being some of the named characters and writing their guides that, God's Gifts to Grind said exist.
Yeah.
Some of them got directly incorporated into his, and others haven't.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Looks like I've written about 3.5 pages so far.
That's a good amount.
Yeah. Especially since it's not even double spaced and stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
The Esperb Gate Quest System. Analysis, Use, and Understanding. In an attempt to preserve the lives of a greater number of my fellow replayers, I endeavor to disseminate critical knowledge in my field of expertise that is transitioning localities without traversing the intervening distance. In short, all forms of teleportation and portals. I am cyclic portalization, CP, and these are my findings regarding the system of gates within the game. Primary gates, aka the gate stack. One of the early methods of travel is established as part of the gate quest chain. This will take you across your planet, your server's planet, and your server's server's planet, leaving each player with 6 land gates. 2 going to floors of their server's house, 1 going almost to the top of their server's gate stack, and 3 going to floors of your own gate stack. Once you have accomplished your first 6 gate quests, it will unlock proper two-way travel to each of the locations you have established. Please record and report the locations of all exits for your team. Once anyone has completed this, it will help players traverse their lands if they know which Ebonpires they can easily gate between. Village Gate 1. We begin, of course, with the first gate in the stack above your home upon entry. Proceed immediately through this gate to prevent catastrophe. The first gate, or village gate, will always take you to a spot within eyesight of a consort village. Mark this location for your team and take efforts to secure the location as well as you are able. This location is critical for your early game each session. As it is your starter village, this is located fairly close to your house in a low-threat Ebonpire. That does not mean it is safe, just relatively safe compared to most of your land. Server Gate 2. The second gate above your house will eventually lead down a stream to your client's world, but it must first be opened from their end. Downstream, in this case, is an arbitrary water metaphor, which I suspect was first established by some Might player well before I joined, and I am one of the older players as it is. An early priority for your servers, will be to build your clients' homes up to the second gate, with some expediency. Somewhere during the quest chain provided by your starter village, you will find your intended entrance to Gate 2, which will then take you to the gate above your server's house. Right now, this is the only viable direction of movement between your worlds. Since your starter village is relatively close to your house, is relatively safe, and there are numerous return nodes, having every house built up to Gate 2 will provide relatively safe passage between all your worlds. Do note that if your server/client has not yet entered the game, it will skip their world, taking you to their server client. This can be problematic to your quest progression. But then, if your server is taking that long to enter, you probably have greater concerns right now. Up gate. 3. Build up. The third gate will take you somewhere else on your planet, but this isn't meant for you yet. You are supposed to do this on your server's planet, and your client should do it on yours. There are lessons to be learned in their land that are meant for you. Do notify your teammates of the exit location, and proceed to follow your quests. This will, in short order, lead you to find the entrance to Gate 4, leading to the next player world upstream. Hopefully you have flight, or you have communicated well with your team. If they have not yet built up to Gate 4, you may find a sudden fall quite lethal. In such an event, hopefully they didn't yet build up to Gate 3, and can just fall through there, landing on the ground in an area meant for your server player. Client Gate 4. As mentioned above, Gate 4, above your house, is where your client's client will arrive above your planet. Once they do, your server should build up to Gate 5 for them.
Hey, Jonathan? This little
Down
one
Gate
thing-
5. Going through Gate 5 leads somewhere down on the same planet, just like Gate 1 and 3 did. But again, you shouldn't be going through your own Gate 5 yet. Do that on your server's planet. Of importance, the Empire here, where Gate 5 exits, will be considerably tougher than where Gate 4's entrance was located. Take some time and level up before going through the down gate, as this is a fairly significant jump in enemy power/density. You will also find
Oh, hello. I think your
Yeah.
stream died.
Yeah,
Now
My-
it's up. Okay.
my internet cut out for a bit there. Do you know how far I'd gotten before it cut out?
I've been able to hear you the whole time. So far as the stream is concerned, I'm afraid I can't help. I've been sitting in there on mute.
So you were able to hear even through Endgate 6?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, after trudging through the server's land, following clues, fighting hordes of their denizens, you will finally find the entrance to the end gate. Once you pass through it, you will appear through the 6th gate in your stack. The entire stack will pulse and glow, spiraling rapidly before settling back down. You and your allies can now freely travel either direction through any gates that were part of your gate quest. But what about the 7th gate? Don't worry about that yet. You aren't ready. Once you have issued your challenge, then you will use the Denizen Gate 7. That's the entire gate stack. You now have a network of relatively fast travel across your planets, going close to every major destination. That's all there is, right? Nope. Player commands. At some point, your sprite left you. And unless you were the worst jerk possible, it gave you a useless pendant. Get the sprite pendant. It's time to learn to sing, or play, or whatever musical talent you can muster. I know you've probably been ignoring the Frey motifs up till now, but you shouldn't. You will need those bonuses. That's not why you are here. You came here to learn to exploit the gates. Put on the pendant and go to any gate from your quest. Now let your mind flow. Get in the groove. Feel the hum and thrum of the gate. Listen to it. Let yourself sing or dance or play an instrument. Follow it. Get lost in the music. Once lost in this way, you will eventually enter the gate. You will fall through the space between. A place that is everywhere and nowhere. You will see snippets of places you have been. You will walk old paths across the entire Inciposphere. With time, you can choose to regain focus, to let the flow slip away. Sorry, Stream Elements just suddenly decided to say I was live.
Well, I mean, that's quite considerate of Stream Elements.
Well, you are live.
Yeah, I've been live a while.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew you were live, sorry, but a moment ago it showed as if you had logged off, so that's the context where I was like,
Yeah, I'm just surprised it took this long for Stream Elements to come back and say it.
yeah.
You will walk old paths across the entire Inciposphere. With time, you can choose to regain focus, to let the flow slip away. And there you are, at that old place you once had been. You now know the player command called...
Here I am.
Hey! Hi!
In that place, you now know.
That
Oh, what? Something.
that would actually be a pretty good name for it. Here I am.
Soyaki.
Huh?
Soyaki.
Soy Aki. Alright. You now know the player command called Through Wary Wayward Ways. I call it world walking. It is so relaxing. With time and practice, you can learn better how to travel from any gate to any place you have previously been, as long as no one sees it. I have been told that you are tapping into portions of the underling spawn code, so you can't appear in another player's sightlines. You also can't appear directly in any of the major game locations, but you can appear just outside and walk in. This is a non-combat travel ability, and is one of the most mind-opening experiences. Some say it feels like being on shrooms. I wouldn't know about that myself.
How would I?
Learning to reliably activate TW3 is one of the easiest player commands. Go ahead and become a world walker. I recommend all players learn it. Due to underlying similarities, learning this player command will help you with all other teleportation commands, such as home free, another useful command you should all learn. So this can be especially useful for anyone having trouble with those. Gate details. Unlike other forms of travel, gates are extremely safe once established. Short of high corruption, gates are indestructible and trigger transport instantaneously for the whole being or vehicle transported. Huh? Okay. They are almost impossible to interrupt. If the arrival point is blocked, you still materialize nearby. Once something comes through, nothing can transport back for 1.27 seconds, giving suitable time to get away from the gate before yo-yoing back. Double gate. Similar to the practice of passing a fenestrated pane through itself, you can move a space portal, or carefully calibrated fenestrated pane, around a gate, so long as you do not pass through its center. This will spring it back into place on the other side and may end your portal early. Placing the other end of this portal, and thus the portion of a gate, near any other gate will cause both gates to alter their destination points, scanning across their target planets based on how you angle them against each other. Any good space player can easily feel out the destination, but discovery via trial and error is still relatively safe, as all normal gate protections are still in force. Triple gate. Adding a portion of a third gate will allow you to retarget the gate to the surface of any planet or asteroid, but you lose any of the gate's safeguards. You can materialize inside of other matter, causing instant death. Do not go through a triple gate until your space player tells you it is safely focused. These are much more finicky and can change rapidly based on the orbits of the targets and the origin gates. Aspect interaction. Several aspects can be used to mildly manipulate the gates. Space is most obvious. From the very start, any space player will be able to concentrate and feel the destination of any gate they approach. They can also find land gates much easier, since they need only get close enough to sense them. A void player can do much the same, though I am told it takes them more mental gymnastics to achieve, so don't expect this of your newer void players. Not unsurprisingly, flow and rhythm players can also locate gates easier, just from a shorter range. The easiest thing for several aspects to figure out is how to backdoor your gates. This is especially handy if players downstream from you need help early, and your team hasn't completed the gate quests. Most aspects have some form of tricking a gate into letting you through in the wrong direction. But it's not as straightforward as using an ability. You have to do a little freeform. Contemplate the relationship between your aspect, the aspect of the player whose planet you are on, and the aspect of the player whose planet you will arrive at. Somewhere in there is an intersection between the three. If one is your planet, that's easier. Mastering the backdoor technique requires considerable lateral thinking and a bit of what my friends call linguistic bullshit.
It sounds like Luke's mastery skill. It's good like
I got you.
The only aspects I've been unable to backdoor have been rhythm, doom, law, and rage. There may be others, but I've observed players who mentally get it and absolutely should have been able to, but their aspect just wouldn't allow it. Gate boosting. I still don't fully understand this, but I've seen a Fate player boost the gate's vector, redirecting it to another gate. It showed no signs of instability like we see with double and triple gating. Other Fate players have indicated they could, but they weren't supposed to. I swear I'll never understand Fate. They are crazier than rain sometimes. Window breaking. Speaking of crazy, let's talk about abusing those fenestrated panes the Archagent has. Or, if those were destroyed, you can find more in floors 5+ of Skyanet. I already mentioned placing one around a gate like a space portal, but how could you do that? Fenestrated panes are more than they appear. We thought they were just for spying, seeing from one window out another. But if you break the glass, you can actually enter it and emerge from the other connected pane. This isn't instantaneous like a space portal. The further away from the destination, the more you will notice a gap in your travel between the panes. Take this into account if you are using them for double gating. Oh, and don't let the panes lose power while you are in there. That's terrifying. Though I did have a void god deliberately lock himself in there for a few days so he could feel the void and get in touch with it better. Not sure if it's related, but he eventually flipped out on us. We think he might have become mildly corrupted. To be on the safe side, my policy now is to never let anyone stay in the gap. Best part of window breaking, as a native space, I love changing the size of these things relative to each other and emerging on the other side as either a giant or shrunken small. Normally, this effect will revert itself within a few minutes or hours, depending how extreme it is. But, and this is freaky, if you emerge from a pane and immediately use a gate, it locks in the change. I got to spend most of a session as a 24-foot behemoth, which worked well because I was a Knight of Might. That's apparently as far as I wrote on that.
I like it.
Love the directly analytical voice of this character.
It's very fun.
Anyway,
How was your work today, Griffin?
A little stressful, not too bad.
That's good.
and I think I'm going to end the stream, but I'll stay in call.
Okie dokie.